was the first time I was like, okay. Like, I guess I didn't realize what I was asking for. I'm a brand new weapons sergeant Green Beret off his first, deployment with SF. I can't say that I'm done. I can't say that, like, I need to take a minute. Your piece of cloth on your head is not who your identity should be based around. And if you're not careful, it could be your idol. Whatever happens, I'm going to take it as it comes, but I know that God is in control of that. It's going to be fine. God's going to take care of us. God is going to make this work.
Justin Koch.
How's it going?
Good, man. The Bropa Jalavat. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, part of my brain just like kind of broke when you said that.
Like, hold on. I know what's going on. But I don't.
Yeah, that's funny.
Let me just go ahead and give you an intro, and then we'll kind of start digging into it.
Sounds good.
So, Justin Koch, you were born in Houston, Texas, and raised just outside Houston in Montgomery, Texas. You were a high school athlete, playing both football and baseball, as well as running track. After high school, you went to college at Southern Arkansas University, where you met your wife, Heather, before transferring to Master's College in Santa Clarita, California, and then finally finishing out back in Texas at Sam Houston State University.
Yep.
In 2005, you and Heather married, and you enlisted in the U.S. Army as a 19 Delta Cav Scout that same year. After basic and AIT, you were stationed in Korea, spending a year there before coming back to Fort Hood, Texas, and then deploying to Iraq for 14 months in 2008. After returning from Iraq, you attended Special Forces Assessment and Selection, or SFAS, and were selected, which led to you completing the Special Forces Qualification course as an 18 Bravo, which is an SF Weapons Sergeant, and then being assigned to 3rd Special Forces Group. While at 3rd Group, you deployed to Afghanistan, Burkina Faso, and Botswana before being assigned as cadre for SFAS, where you worked closely with Tom Bridgham. You finished up your career back at 3rd Group at the Advanced Skills Company as a mobility instructor and eventually becoming the NCOIC over there for that before retiring in 2025, like 6 months ago. Right?
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, so nowadays, you and Heather, you run Cleaner Living. And so what you're doing there is you encourage others to steward their bodies, homes, and families in ways that honor God through intentional choices about nutrition, lifestyle, and the environments we create.
Yes.
You guys have been married for 20 years. You have a son, Scout, who's 10 years old now. You are a certified herbalist, as well as the host of one of my favorite podcasts, Unconventional Faith.
Thank you.
And that is a weekly Bible study podcast that you run with your co-host, Tom Bridgham, who we mentioned a minute ago.
Yeah.
Sound about right?
That's it. That's fun to listen to.
Is it weird?
Yeah, it is kind of weird. It's like, man, yeah, I guess I did all that stuff.
Yeah, it's always kind of strange, like the retrospect thing. It's like looking at yourself from the outside in. You know what I mean? I don't know if this is going to make sense, but I was actually thinking about this kind of last night. Like, so you know how you hear yourself, like when you hear yourself recorded, it's weird. You're like, that's not me. I don't sound like that. Same thing when you watch yourself like on video. You're like, I don't like. Those are my manner. That's not me. You know,
right?
What I mean?
Yeah.
It's weird. Like, you know, and I was also thinking about like for instance, my wife, like that person that I see and hear that's a stranger to me, that's the person that she loves.
Right.
It's a little weird, right?
Yeah. Looking at it from a outside perspective, like you said, that stuff that when you're watching or you're listening, you do, but it just seems different if you're not doing it like in the moment.
Yeah.
I've noticed that a lot. And then not only mannerisms, but things you say, things the way you talk. It's stuff that I don't really notice I'm doing until I'm listening to it. And I'm like, Okay. That is me. Yeah, it's weird.
It's a weird space to live in, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So we've been talking about you coming on for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I appreciate you making the time to get out. You guys are in the middle of moving to a whole different state. So we at this point, I've actually talked to a lot of people about coming on here, even though we're just kind of at the, front end of this thing. There've been a lot of conversations. Honestly, most people, or not most people, but a lot of people just kind of BS, you know what I mean? Like they just gotta, oh, that sounds great. Definitely, whatever. And then just kind of ghost or whatever, which I don't get mad at because, we only want to talk to who we're supposed to talk to.
Right.
And not only that, but when we're supposed to talk to them.
Sure. Yeah.
We have no way of knowing that. So actually when that happens, like other than having my time wasted, which is just kind of, it's pretty disrespectful, but other than that, it doesn't bother me because I'm like, okay, well, good. I must've gotten that wrong. So, I'm glad it didn't work out, but, all that's to kind of say, whenever we first started talking, I just got the sense you were serious. Like, it's not a super common thing these days that people mean what they say and do what they say they're going to do. But I just got the sense that you were that guy. So,
I appreciate it. Yeah. I definitely was looking forward to coming on and wanted to not only just to, it never came from a place of telling my story because my story is awesome and I wanted to tell it. It was the fact that God has put me in places and brought me through things that I think other people can look at and be like, that's my life, or that's how I can get through this. And this was a great opportunity, I thought, to be able to do that. It was just, I think when we first talked, I was a little apprehensive. I just said it a minute ago, kind of a nervous, more shy guy. And I was like, man, they're going to have camera. It's going to be different than, just doing audio. And so not only was I busy, but I had to kind of build myself up a little bit to do it. So no, like you said, it's perfect timing. So it worked out great.
It's totally understandable. Honestly, I think, I mentioned that a lot of people kind of BS and fall away. I think there's a lot of different reasons for that. And I guess I can just kind of go into them a little bit. So I think for one, I think there's a little bit of intimidation or insecurity for a lot of folks because they're like, I don't know. I don't really know that. A lot of folks don't think that they have a story worth telling.
Right.
Which me personally, like I sincerely believe that everyone has a story worth telling. It's just a matter of, will you tell it honestly?
Yeah.
And I think that's where the breakdown is for a lot of people because a lot of times the conversations tend to break when I'm like, okay, cool. Like, let's get you on the schedule. By the way, these things go long. We sit down for 3 or 4 hours and like, that's a friction point for a lot of people. And I don't think it's the time. I think it's that, one of the reasons we do that, it's not the only reason, but one of the reasons is because when you're going to have to sit down or when you are sitting down for that amount of time, like you can't come in with a script.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you have to be real and honest. And that I think scares a lot of people away because they're not really, willing to kind of be honest. And that's not an insult to anybody. Again, like when it doesn't work out, I'm actually glad for it. Because I don't want to talk to the wrong person. But all that's to say, that honesty thing. So, okay, let me back up just a little bit.
Sure.
Because that actually ties into what I was saying. So because I could tell that, or I just got the sense that you do what you say. When you and Tom released your stories on Unconventional Faith, I almost didn't listen to it. Like, actually, I didn't for the first few days.
Yeah.
Because I just thought that there was value in coming into this thing fresh.
Yeah.
But I was just pulled to it. I was like, man, and maybe it's just selfishly just wanting to know because I sincerely love you guys' podcast.
Nice.
And I was like, there's 2 episodes I could be listening. So, I don't know. Maybe that was it. But anyway, after a few days, I was like, I'm just going to listen. But I'm glad I did because it gave me a lot of insight, I think, for this conversation.
Nice.
And man, there's a lot in there. Your stories, it includes war and loss and maybe not addiction, but certainly I would say a dependence to kind of get through those things.
For sure.
And man, that's a combination that a lot of people don't walk away from.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of times that I think that's why it went on for so long, that I was trying to do it myself. You talked about people not being able to sit down and talk honestly. I think a lot of people are afraid to be honest with themselves, let alone sitting across from someone. And so I had a lot of that for a long time, where I was struggling to do it myself. And on the other side of it, I still struggle with that. But knowing that I can't do any of this without Jesus, without God, I think I can be pretty open and honest and tell the raw truth, because, like I said, I stumbled through it the entire time, and it was something I think God put in my life so that I could show other people, like, everybody goes through this. They may not be honest about it. They may not know they're going through it themselves, but it happens. And here's my story. I am definitely not the star of it, and maybe that'll help people. Yeah.
That's it. Exactly. It's part of that whole, we've mentioned it before, that whole, and I really hate using Christian catchphrases, but it sometimes they do fit, I got to admit. So the whole upside down kingdom thing.
Yeah.
People, I think a lot of times are afraid to tell their story honestly because they're ashamed of the hard parts and the failures and things like that, or what they see as failures.
Yeah.
But like the upside down kingdom, man, like that's where the power is.
Yeah.
If you can
100%.
be honest about that, somebody out there has gone through that or is in the middle of going through that, and they see where they see that it's possible to make it to the other side.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
That's where the power is. That our struggles kind of unite us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And you're right. There's not enough of that, because I think people are intimidated. People that maybe are starting to look at Christianity or come to church, or go to a Bible study, maybe have already been in it a little bit. They're afraid to ask those questions. Hey, I don't get this. What does this mean? Even that small of a question, maybe they're afraid to ask because everybody else either has an answer that sounds good or hasn't told the truth themselves. Like, I don't know the answer either. And same thing with their stories. A lot of times in Christianity, people show their Sunday best, pretty much through everything. And it's hard to not look at that and say, man, there's no way these people will accept me or listen to my story. So I'll keep the story inside. I'll try to put on my Sunday best as well. And then, like you said, nothing ever gets out in the open, fixed, or truthfully told or explained to anyone that can say, I went through that exact same thing. Here's how God helped me through it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a poison pill, man. And what happens in a lot of cases, it ends up leading to something that Tom mentioned on you guys' last episode. Mm-hmm. He was talking about how he was, when he was just kind of leaning into his faith, and he would get like a lot of really condescending kind of, like, mm-hmm. Oh, you just don't get it yet. And when he said that, I was working out, I stopped. I was like, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, but it's that facade, that mm-hmm. fear of openness that leads to things like that. You know what I mean? Because, there's a lot of different avenues, and I don't want to get up on a soapbox too much, but in a lot of different ways, it leads to that type of attitude. And that's just the opposite of what should be going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I think it starts out, it's kind of I don't want to say an ugly process, but a little bit of an ugly process. It starts out as fear that people will see the real you and not accept when you first start out kind of in Christianity, I think. Mm-hmm. And then eventually, when you have been a Christian long enough, you've told those stories enough times, you start to believe those stories. It becomes something where the problems, where you got started, maybe even sin, is hidden from yourself. And so now you believe you're that, facade that you put on however many years ago. And so, and that's where I think the condescension comes from. Not right at first, whenever you're, just trying to keep your head above water and make it look like you're swimming. It's several years down the road where you start to believe your own stuff. And now you're like, oh, I can't believe that person's going through that. Or they'd ask those questions, obviously it's this. And it's pretty sad. And I think I might have the tendency to that. And that's why God keeps me humble as much as he does, because I, on a daily basis, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm an idiot. You're right, God. I should probably keep that in mind.
Yeah, man, and also, and just since we're kind of talking on this, like, and I'm not talking about anybody specific. I don't mean to rail against the church or anything like that.
Sure, yeah.
But it goes all the way up.
Mhm.
Like I've been thinking about this kind of a lot lately, and then I've been reading in Daniel, and it just kind of it just happened to be, I'm sure you've had it happen to yourself a lot, where like you're thinking about something, and then when you go get into the word, well, what do you know? There's lessons in there about
Yeah.
exactly what you. So
All the time.
so I've been thinking a lot lately about how like there's kind of a culture in the modern church of, I don't know, how do I put it? So I'll just give you a couple examples,
Mhm.
and I'm sure they'll be familiar to you, to anyone who's been to a modern church, right? Like preacher man comes out, and they've I get it, they've put in all this work. It's a lot of work to put together a sermon.
Yeah,
First, you got to
sure.
identify and really feel. Hopefully, you feel really like led to speak on a certain thing, and you got to make sure it's biblically sound. Hopefully, you're doing that right.
Yeah.
You got to pick out. There's more than enough scriptures, I'm sure. So you got to pick out what you feel are the right ones. You got to and beyond that, there's like the timing. You got to do rehearsals and make sure it fits into a certain time. I get it. There's a lot of work that goes into it, but what ends up happening a lot is preachers will come out, they give this sermon, they put in all this work, and there's like points where they expect a certain reaction and they don't get it.
Mhm.
And they end up like essentially insulting their congregation.
Yeah.
It's like they always table it kind of as a joke, or they usually do, but it's like, oh, is it too early for you guys? Or, did you hear what I said? Like
Yeah.
why aren't you? But really, the root of that is like, why aren't you validating me?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's wrong.
Mhm.
Like, did you show up to get glory or to give glory?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Definitely. I definitely see that. And yeah, I think it starts out insecurity, then it becomes a point where it does get chuckles, it might get laughs, or it might get people more involved. I have seen that, over the years, and it's something where I understand why the person's doing it, and I try to just keep my mind clear, because it is, as someone receiving the word, you want to validate that. You want to say, "Oh man, I should be, responding or doing more." Instead, I try to take a step back, take a deep breath, and say, "All right, God, what are you speaking to me personally in this message about?" And try to steer clear from all that, because I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, that's and again, I'm not trying. I don't. The intent's not to insult anybody.
Sure.
Like you said, I understand it's a very human thing.
Mhm.
But the point I guess I'm trying to make is that like I said, it goes all the way up to the top. Like I would say almost especially the more you're into it, the more you can kind of be blind to everyone else.
Yeah.
Because when that happens, again, it's a human thing. I get it, but if we're being honest about it, you're kind of blind to your congregation. Like you don't really
Yeah.
have the pulse, because like they're not speaking from the other side of that. I would say probably 9.9 out of 10 times when people aren't hooting and hollering and like rushing down front for the altar call, it's not because. So the assumption is usually that, they're scared, they're intimidated, they're nervous, whatever. I would say, like I said, probably 9.9 out of 10 times, that's not it. It's that people see that as performative, and they didn't show up for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they showed up to commune with their God, not to validate some dude on stage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And while you're talking, I started thinking, I've not from the top down, but in the middle, not middle management, but the people who work in the church as well. I've seen it, again, start out as a good thing, and then us humans get in the way.
Yeah.
People take ownership of their church, and it starts off good, or maybe it can be good, and sometimes it's not, where they're like, this is my church. I'm going to, steward it as I should. I'm going to do my part. And then eventually, instead of saying it's my church, so I should steward it and I should do what I'm called to do in it, it's my church gets bigger than the stewardship part. And then it becomes an ownership in terms of like, it needs to be the way I think it should be. And that can be, like I said, middle management, the people that work there, the people that go there, all the way up. And yeah, it's something that I think, in a lot of cases, it starts out like probably good and probably biblical, and then us humans get in the way every single time.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I don't mean to keep kind of repeating it, but like, it's not a condemnation of this. Like, we've seen each other at church.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times now.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a condemnation of the church,
Mhm.
but you got to be honest about things that are going on. You
Yeah,
know, because especially like, I mean, like, the world is just, it's not a great place.
Mhm.
It's kind of burning down a little bit, you know, and has been for centuries.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like the pillar, we tell ourselves the pillar is our faith.
Mhm.
If that's going to, that's how it should be. But if that's how it's actually going to be, you gotta root out the rot. You gotta call out the things that aren't right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
in a loving way,
Mhm.
but loving doesn't mean indirect.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
like you gotta call it what it is,
Mhm.
and then, you know, let people deal with their little feelings about it. But hopefully they pray on it and see some truth. You know,
Yeah.
not that everything I say is truth, but you know what I'm saying?
Definitely. And I, for so long, aired on the other side of that, where it was either because I was fearful or because I tried to be more compassionate. I mean, maybe not even for a good reason, but I would err on the side of not telling people. I would say, you know what, this is probably what they meant. This is what they're going through. This is whatever. If the situation comes up where I have a chance to say, hey, look, this is probably what you're doing, and we need to look if this is biblical or not. I would say something, but if not, I'd be like, you know what, let them go do their thing. And I've learned recently that actually through our Bible study and through talking to Tom, who was more direct, that I wasn't doing that just for compassion or just for, kindness or lovingness. It was more just because I didn't want to, have confrontation. And he is a more direct guy. So we've been able to kind of rein each other back in both ways, where I'm not just not saying anything because I don't want to confront, and he's not directly telling people what he thinks of everything just because he thinks a certain thing. So yeah, it's been good to have accountability on both sides, and I think that's what everybody needs.
Absolutely.
And in the church, once you stop listening to people, even if you totally disagree with whatever they're saying, if you're like, that's not the way it is, then maybe you should take a step back and say, wait a minute, let's see where they're coming from. Let's see what actually is going on. Like you said.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's why community is so important. But the value and the power in community breaks down when people stop being honest.
Yeah. Back to it. That's perfect. Yeah. And back to what we first started talking about is being honest with yourself about your story. And then eventually, no matter, no matter who you are, you're going to start believing your own story that you're telling other people. And then you forget, hey, I'm a sinner. Hey, I've done this wrong. Hey, all the things. So yeah, totally.
So that's actually what I mentioned that I was thinking about those things and then reading in Daniel, and it was just kind of like highlighting exactly that situation. So King Nebuchadnezzar, it's Daniel 3, I guess. Backing up before Daniel 3. So, not to take too much time, but so people are probably pretty familiar with the stories if you read the Bible, but in case you're not, like, so Daniel, he was taken into captivity in Babylon. And he and three other guys who people probably know the names of, even if they don't go to church, right? Yeah. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego.
Yeah.
Anyway, they are trained in the ways of the Babylonians and kind of groomed to serve in the palace, in the kingdom. So Nebuchadnezzar has a dream one night, freaks him out. And he calls all the sorcerers and seers and all that stuff. He's like, hey, like, I'm serious about this. I know you guys kind of tell me what I want to hear is essentially what he's saying. But this time, I want you to actually tell me, what did I dream and what does it mean? And they're like, yeah, just tell us the dream. We'll tell you what it means. He's like, no, tell me what I dreamt. They're like, nobody can do that. He's like, yeah, kill them all.
Yeah.
And then Daniel was like, oh, hold up. I can tell you. Hold on. He prayed to God. God told him what it meant. He went and told Nebuchadnezzar not only the dream, but what it meant. And then Nebuchadnezzar was like, he praised God.
Mm-hmm.
It was hollow. It was shallow, but he praised God. He at least gave a little bit of credit. But then the very next chapter, or in a couple chapters, he builds this giant statue, right? 90 foot by 9 feet gold statue.
Yeah.
And he says, everybody's got to bow down and worship that when the music plays. Anybody that doesn't is going to be thrown into the furnace.
Yeah.
Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego refused because they weren't going to worship anybody but the real God. And he found out whatever the little sorceress, who, by the way, Daniel had saved, went and snitched on him and tried to get him killed.
Okay. Yeah. That's right.
And Nebuchadnezzar was pissed, right?
Yeah.
Super pissed. He's like, I'm going to give you one more chance and I'm throwing you in the furnace. Like, you can give us all the chances you want. Or you may as well just open the furnace because we're not doing it.
Yeah.
So, obviously that's a super cool story because he throws them in. There's a magical fourth man in there, which a lot of people believe is Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
They're walking around. The fire's so hot, the people who threw them in died. And these guys are walking around like it's nothing and walk out not even smelling like smoke. But that's not the point of it, though. The point is how he got from A to B. He exactly what you're saying. He was smelling his own stink, right? Believing his own BS. He had just been shown, hey, there actually is a real God who can tell someone not only what your dream was, that you and only you should know, but what it means. And he forgot that completely and decided, I am the supreme authority here. My words, demand my expected reaction. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And anyway, that's just kind of validating, or I guess it just agrees with what you were saying.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
How, as we're talking, and if you're diligently in the word, I think you said it a minute ago, it comes up just in the stuff we're saying. And it's, like you said, validating or just faith building to be focus and intent, reading about one thing, and throughout the day, that very thing comes up, or you in conversation or whatever. It's just awesome to me.
Yeah.
That's the story you read, and then that's what we're just kind of hit on just now.
Yeah.
That's
right.
cool.
And this is just a couple of days ago, and I wasn't even in Daniel. I was in Luke. I sat down here, I picked up my Bible, and I just kind of put it in my lap, and it fell open to the first page of Daniel. And I was like, well, maybe I'll read Daniel today.
Yeah.
And I
cool.
had been thinking about this stuff, and I started reading. I'm like, here it is right here. You know what I mean?
That's cool.
So,
yeah.
Anyway, so sorry.
No, that's
I guess
awesome.
not sorry, but
yeah, that's awesome.
So I want to do, a whole life story on you.
Mm-hmm.
And, we like to start every story from the beginning.
Yeah.
But before we wind it all the way back to the beginning, kind of touching back on what we're talking about, being honest, and kind of sharing our struggles openly. I just kind of wanted to ask, so you have been, I think, very honest about your story, but it usually takes some time to kind of get there. And I think you kind of touched on that a little bit. It takes a little bit of time. Like, there's stuff maybe you leave out at first, and then you kind of hint at it a little bit, and then eventually you get more open. So I'm just kind of curious, in general, what part of your story did you kind of spend the most time trying to hide?
Yeah, let me think. Yeah, I think there's two things in different parts of the story. At first, the part I try to portray the best is my straight up lukewarmness, my duplicity, where I would go to church and do what I, did at church as a teen, as a young adult, kind of a leader in the church, and then turn around and also try to be a part of the world. And I've tried to make excuses about it. I've tried to say, oh, well, I was saved when I was, 13, 14, so I was already kind of in the middle of it. I've tried to make people understand, like, that happens to a lot of people. But the more I think about it and the more I tell the story, it was just me, like, getting drawn to the world, getting drawn to sin and wanting to sin, wanting to do my own thing. And I could just straight up say, like, I wasn't a good Christian. I knew I had saving faith. I was like, well, I got mine. Now I'm going to go do whatever I want, try to be cool, try to experience life, which, was experiencing sin and experiencing death. And just had two different lives for so long. And it's shameful. And I've tried to think about in my own life, like, okay, where in the Bible does it talk about this? Where does it talk? And every time you look at it, it's not, oh, that's okay. Everybody goes through that. It's straight up lukewarmness. You're not getting into the kingdom. And, depart from me, I never knew you kind of stuff. And so I think I know that every moment is God ordained and he is sovereign, but also for a lot of my walk, I feel like I've wasted it. Then the other thing is just the amount that I relied on myself and alcohol to numb everything. There were years and years after some of the stuff I'd been through that I would, I wouldn't go out and drink. I wouldn't go out and do a bunch of stuff. But when I got home, Heather would go to bed or whatever, in order to go to sleep and try not to feel or think anything, I would drink until I went to bed, like pass out, basically. And that went on for years. And that's something at the time I was hiding from Heather as much as possible. She, obviously kind of knew about it, and I would cut back and she would know. But yeah, I used that for so long to not think about stuff, not feel things, and try to just get through life. And for a while, I thought I was trying to be honorable because I was like, I'll get through my stuff later. We'll deal with my stuff later. Right now, let's focus on Heather. Let's focus on, what she's going through. Let's get her where she needs to be. And the way to do that was to kind of cut off my feelings. And eventually it got to a point where, that was part of it, but also it was just laziness, I think, on my part, like not wanting to grieve, not wanting to feel, not wanting to do any of that stuff. So yeah, those are the two areas I think I've tried to either sugarcoat or hide from my story. That really, the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, no, people need to hear that. Because at the end of the day, it's just one more thing that I can show people. It wasn't me. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. I would still be in the muck if Jesus hadn't plucked me out when he did. And so, yeah.
It's such a common thing too, man. So I'm really glad that you're talking about it.
Yeah.
Like that, exactly what you're describing. Like, I'm not going out, but at home is, as soon as I shut the door behind me after work, I'm pouring a drink, what I mean?
Yeah.
And sometimes in some ways, I think that can be more dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm not saying in general it's more dangerous, but I think in some ways it can be.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like there's no escape. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like eventually that's just a Band-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually that adhesive is going to let go. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
The dam is going to break and there's nowhere to go when you're at home. And that's, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's probably some correlation there with a lot of the suicides that you see. Cause it's like people are doing exactly that. They're at home. There's nowhere to go. There's no more comfortable or safe place that they should, look for being. And by the way, here's where all my guns are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
It's so, like I said, in some ways, I think it can be more dangerous. So it's really good that you're speaking openly about that, man.
Yeah, I would, and I know people do it. It's funny that when you're in it, you think you're the only one. You think you're hiding it, first of all, which you're not. People that know you probably know about it, or at least to some degree. And then also you feel isolated. And I think that is definitely what is intended. not just from us, but from principalities or whoever is watching over where we are in terms of spiritual warfare. They want you to feel isolated. They want you to feel alone and like you have to hide this thing. But yeah, the more people I'm open about it, say, yep, I know exactly what you mean. I've been through this. I know somebody that's been through this or whatever. And then too, just the way I had to be a different person, really, it kind of carried over through that because I had to pretend to Heather like I wasn't doing this. And again, she knew, I'm sure, and she would find a bottle or this or that and be like, are you drunk? Like, what are you doing? Be like, oh no, it was just this one time. And then, a few weeks would go by and then it would ramp up again to something. If I wasn't home and if it wasn't like by myself, like in the middle of the night, I guess that's the way I controlled it, is because all I did was, pass out on the couch or whatever else. And, I think I have kind of glossed over that a little bit, even through not just telling my story, but also, some of the behavioral health stuff I went through. And when they're actively asking you, like, how much do you drink? How much does this play a part? And thinking to myself, like, that's not the main problem, which I would still say it definitely exacerbated everything, but I wasn't, I don't think it was the main problem. I think my grief, all the other things, hiding sin, doing all this other stuff, this was, like you said, a Band-Aid. But it was definitely one of the main parts that kept me from addressing things, either, through therapy or through getting on my knees and just saying, Lord, I'm a sinner and I'm doing this thing. Please help me out of this. I wasn't honest with myself.
That's actually a pretty good example. I hope I can articulate this. So people are, I think, kind of generally familiar, at least I hope they are. And if not, I definitely want to encourage people to kind of dig into this fact. It's a truth.
Mm-hmm.
God will turn every bad thing for good if you let him.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to humble yourself to see it sometimes, but every bad thing, up to and including himself as Jesus being tortured and murdered,
yeah, mm-hmm.
He will turn for good if you let him. But I think sometimes it gets missed that the enemy works the same way in the opposite direction. He will turn a good thing or good intentions for bad if you let him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of a good example because, like you said, and it's also very common, especially as guys, we're like, we got to keep, like, my wife needs me now. Like,
mm-hmm.
I can't afford to deal with this right now. My wife needs me.
Yeah.
That is a good and noble intent.
Mm-hmm.
But if you let the enemy in, he's going to turn that for bad. And then it goes.
Yeah, definitely. And then it got to a point where I was the liability. She had gotten through her stuff. Still there was sadness, grief, and things like that. But we'd gotten through everything. And then now, instead of saying, okay, she's through with her stuff and let me work on mine, I was already too far down the path of just bottling everything up and cranking the lid down on the pressure cooker of, emotions and grief and all that other stuff. So, yeah.
That actually kind of ties into what we were talking about a minute ago about, preachers wanting that validation,
mm-hmm.
because what they're doing is, I mean, I would say it's probably the most, like, good and noble thing you could do, right? To try to lead people to Christ.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But if you let the enemy in,
mm-hmm.
like some folks do, they turn that act of they should be bringing people to Christ to, hey, where's my validation? That
Right.
was my applause line. What's that? You know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
yeah.
I just put out an altar call. Why are people not flooding down here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
And it becomes, like I said, people showing up are supposed to be leading people to Christ, showing up to get glory instead of give glory.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm not trying to harp on that. I'm just kind of, it's just another example of how the enemy will turn good for bad. If you got to be on your guard is what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. And our flesh is always going to go to that. Is going to, as much as we get kind of batted left and right by, the enemy and by his principalities, our flesh is also trying to go down those paths, trying to do those bad, wrong things. We are sinful in our flesh. So it's just one of those things where the us part of us, not the Holy Spirit, not God, is going to usually kind of veer toward the wrong, veer toward whatever it is that the enemy is saying. Yeah, that's exactly the way you need to go. So you're right. We need to be on guard. We need to be as close as possible with the Holy Spirit, with Jesus, and like daily say, I cannot do this. If you left it up to me and my flesh, I'm doing the wrong thing. So I need you to have responsibility of my life. And so, yeah.
That's like, Hunter brought that up, and it's something that I've been saying for years. So I was really surprised, but also pretty stoked that he brought it up.
Yeah.
He said that someone had just told him, and it resonated with him pretty deeply, that especially in terms of the Christian kind of faith, your walk through life as a Christian, life is kind of the ultimate assessment and selection, which is something you probably know a whole lot about, right?
Yeah.
Or you definitely know a lot about, right? It really is. And one thing about selections, which I don't, how do I say it? Selection is an ongoing process.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like, you get through to the other side, you still got to show up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just the beginning. You earned a seat at the table. You got to keep your seat. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean that to sound exclusive, but if you kind of think of it through that lens, that's really exactly what you're saying. Like, it's a daily thing. Like, did you show up today to walk out your faith?
Yeah.
Or is it just a box that you checked? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to eat lunch on that for the rest of your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For the whole week until next Sunday, and then until next Sunday.
Exactly. It's like,
yeah, no, I totally understand that. And that's a great kind of correlation analogy type thing, that every day, what's awesome about it too is when you do mess up, whenever you do it wrong, somebody's always there advocating on your behalf. And so that's one thing that it's a little different than the selection thing. If you were going through selection and there was somebody the cadre knew that whenever you did make a mistake, they're like, you know what, I'll vouch for this guy. And that's Jesus and the Holy Spirit going through with you. And so, but as soon as you're so far off that, you don't even know what planet you're on, or that you're in the selection process, then, him saying, no, pick this guy over here. He's good. I don't know if that would work, but
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You still, like I said, you still got to show up.
Yep. Exactly.
But there's some grace there. So.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So, I guess, yeah, man, let's go all the way back.
Sure.
To the beginning, man, wherever you think it's relevant to start.
I think starting from the beginning, the things that I could think about was, grew up in Montgomery, Texas. So that's right outside of Houston, like you said. We actually started out in a different town, Oak Ridge, Texas, which is closer to Houston. And what I do remember is it was second or third grade. And I remember that whenever I moved, they were on a different, this is going to sound weird, but they were on a different math. They were on like long division or something. I hadn't even started long division at my old school. And so I went into that already kind of not behind, but feeling inferior, feeling that I was, supposed to be in this, gifted and talented program, this class that I was in, and I didn't know a single thing what they were doing. And it got me started on that path of like pretending I know what's going on when I really don't. And I think that eventually led to some of my behaviors I fell back on whenever I was older. But yeah, so went through middle school And junior high, the thing I think that started my doing things harder than just everyday existing was playing baseball. So I loved baseball. I played it from t-ball on, and I was pretty good. And what I did though was I learned how to work hard, and then what can be accomplished if you work hard. And so I was thinking about it on the way over. I was like, that's kind of where I first initially started to see that if you want to do something, it's going to take effort to do it. You can't just show up and say, okay, I need to be good at this. So what are y'all going to do to make me good at it, kind of thing. And I think that is something that God put in my life that molded me in the direction I was going, and eventually to selection and then SF. So played sports through through high school, and I had a high school baseball coach that he went to Texas A&M, which they ran their program. He was a high level collegiate baseball player. They ran their program like the military. So I don't know if their coach was an ex-military guy or whatever else. What that meant for us, though, is our baseball team was run like a platoon. Like, you did something bad, you ran. Everybody sprinted on and off the field. A lot of yelling, a lot of cussing, a lot of kind of that in-your-face leadership that high school boys really aren't used to. And so that was another thing that I recently thought of that kind of set me up for my path in the future, is and seeing the success that came of those things. Because under that coach, we were, district champs every year. We were this, we were that. The hustle, the working on fundamentals, and then the just being able to do hard things, like, made us more successful. And then I saw that, I noticed that even back then, and then kind of carried that along. So yeah, that's some of the stuff in high school. I told my salvation story, but I'll definitely tell it again. In Montgomery, when we first got there, it was kind of my parents' dream to have acreage and horses and kind of live out in the country, which I totally understand now because that's now our dream. But and so we initially got 9 acres. We had a couple horses. I remember my dad and I built, wood fence to kind of keep the horses in. We'd have to wake up early in the morning to feed them and stuff. And it got to be, as a, young teenage, preteen kid, I was like, man, this is not fun. This sucks. Like, every once in a while we'd ride them, but for the most part, it was all about the work. I'd have to get on the tractor on the weekend and do this, do that. And it was a lot to take care of all that. What I didn't see was just the freedom and the fun I had as well. I didn't appreciate it, I guess. We had a little motorcycle. We'd ride around the property just, all hours of the day. My sister and I, it was a little 50.
A little dirt bike?
Yeah, a little dirt bike. And like I said, we were preteen, she was teen, but we would both sit on it. So it looked like a bear on a motorcycle type thing. We would just ride it all around the property. And I had friends over. We would run down. We had a creek running through the back, so we would run around the creek and be outside a lot. And all these things that, looking back on, I'm like, man, those were not only shaping me, but they were fun. It was good times. We were exploring. We were having a great time. But what I started thinking about was like, man, we're way out here. There's a group of my friends that are, hanging out together in this exclusive golf course community subdivision that are my friends, but I'm not even a part of that. And I started to feel, honestly, inferior because what I always felt was that group, whenever we moved to Montgomery, most of the people were pretty well off. And we didn't have to wonder where every meal was coming from, but we weren't, rich by any means. And so I got kind of imposter syndrome, inferiority type complex where I would want the best clothes, even if I had to get a job on my own to pay for them, while everybody else just got them because their family were affluent. And I tried to keep up with the Joneses even in high school. And so got to a point where I think that was part of it. I was trying to hide that part of my life where, oh man, I don't have as much as these people do, but I'm trying to pretend like I do. And it was around this time that me and my parents, whenever we moved, okay, let me back up. So my parents, once we started, my sister and I were like, hey, we want to move into a neighborhood. We want to be around our friends. Once they finally relented on that, we moved to the neighborhood where everyone was. And I really appreciate my parents doing it because it wasn't their thing. We bugged them enough and eventually they did. But God used that, and that the pastor of the local church in that neighborhood is who eventually came to our house, just randomly riding by on a bicycle, and started talking to my parents and I, and he was the one that led us to salvation. So even though my parents didn't really want to move there, and my sister and I were wanting to move there for, popularity reasons, God was like, this is my plan exactly. And he threw Pastor Jack Trent in our lives, and he was the one that led us to salvation. And then dumb Justin, yeah, I'm saved. I appreciate what God's done for me. And I'm just starting to try to figure out what Christianity is, but also I'm looking over at the world and saying, well, all these friends, all these people that I know, and that they're going to think I'm an idiot talking about, Jesus and talking about all this stuff. So I'll tell them, but not necessarily right now. And then that kind of split my life. I would go to church, and then I would be in the world. I would be in high school. I'd be doing all the high school things. And then I would be going to church on Sunday, Wednesday, church camp every once in a while. Nothing, something I'm not proud of, but that's what happened. And that was high school, through the move, and then around the time of graduation, I was seeing how it was starting to. I don't know. I didn't like it. I just didn't like the fact that I was playing this game where I was doing church, but then also doing stuff of the world. I started to realize that around the worst time, because graduate high school and now you're off on your own. And so first year of college was like most people's first year of college. I was like, yes, I am a Christian. Let's put that in my pocket for now. I'm going to go experience the world without any barriers. Because whenever I was in high school, my parents were really good about keeping tabs on me, which I'm glad they did now, because if they wouldn't have, I would probably had all kinds of misdemeanors and, public intoxication or whatever else under my belt. Because, I was a little wild at the time. But didn't go to many parties or pasture parties or things like that while I was in high school. So I wanted to make up for that in college. And so put Christianity kind of in my pocket, did the first year of college thing. And I don't know, I started feeling that wasn't for me. Like I continued to do it, but I was like, at the end of these nights of like parties and things that were supposed to be the most fun you've ever had, and drinking and like staying out all night and things like that, I was like, man, I don't feel it. Like it wasn't fulfilling. And so I was starting to already think like, I'm living my life wrong. I put the wrong thing in my pocket, basically. And so at this time I had met Heather, my wife, and we actually kind of came to the realization at the same time. She was a junior. She was in a sorority. She was a cheerleader, all this stuff. And I was just a freshman. But I was like, one night, after a party or something, I was kind of telling her, I was like, I don't think I'm going to do this too much longer. I'm actually a Christian. I've never told you that before, and I'm ashamed to say. And she was like, I am too. And we were able to kind of share our stories with each other and kind of lay out. It was awesome. Just lay out being honest with each other when we've been hiding kind of our whole college careers, trying to be popular, trying not to talk too much about Jesus. But yeah, kind of confessing to each other that, yeah, we're sick and twisted sinners and we're not living this life right. And it was about this time, I didn't mention this at any other time, but I had, Heather had wanted me to stay in our college town, I think to go to church with her. I could be wrong on the reason, but instead, a buddy of mine was like, hey, I'm having a party in the next town over, and, you've got a Jeep. I want you to come with us and also bring all of us. And I was like, okay, one last kind of hoorah party. And then it was out in the pasture. It was something, one of those type of parties. On the way home, actually, a guy that was a roommate of one of his friends had gotten to a point where he was so drunk, he was like out, like passed out. Got him in the front seat of my car. I was like, I'll take him back to whoever's house. And on the way home, there was a police check, DUI check. And I had been drinking. I wasn't drunk in any means, but I was underage as well. And I was like, well, this is the end of that fun. I knew from the time I saw the cop cars, I was like, well, this is probably a good thing. Honestly, is the first thing I thought, because I was like, at least we can end this party lifestyle now. So got up to the cop car, or the guy looked at me. He's like, "You been drinking tonight?" And I was like, "Yep." He's like, "All right, so how many beers you had?" And I was honest the whole time. I'm like, "Look, I probably shouldn't be driving. I was giving this guy a ride home. I've got beer in the back of the car. I'm underage. You got me." Pretty much is how I was treating it. And thankfully, and this is kind of a God intervention as well, could have been worse, because we were actually right on the border of Texas and Arkansas. And that was in Arkansas, where, I hate to say it, but they have more lenient DWI, DUI rules there. So underage DUI, I had a fine I had to pay, had to go to a class, and the guy drove my Jeep to the station. Never was in handcuffs, never in jail or anything. He just drove my car to the station, wrote everything up, and that was it. And waited a while to tell my parents, but the whole time I was, like I said, almost relieved. I was like, this is it. This is the end of my life in the world kind of thing. And eventually told my parents, and I was like, I need to change. I don't know if I need to change schools. I don't know if I need to come back home or what, but I need to change. And our pastor at the church back home at the time had graduated from the master's seminary, was, did his tutelage under John MacArthur. And it was the way we kind of grew up in church, was the biblical teaching, everything, has to be straight out of the Bible kind of stuff. And there was an opportunity for me to go there. Like, I was kind of honest with my parents, honest with our church. And it was kind of a turnaround type thing, that they were like, well, you can go to the master's seminary. It's in California. It's across the country. It's really expensive, but we can make it happen. And my parents were like, if this is what you think God's leading you to do, let's do it. And I was like, yeah, I do think so. And turned out that I didn't know what I was getting into as much as I should have. I just thought a change is necessary, and then I'll be able to be better. I'll be able to be a better Christian because of a change, instead of realizing that I needed change inside, and I needed to really face my own sin. It wasn't just a change, just a scenery that would do it. But that uh, that comes later. So Heather was devastated because she's awesome. She is like black and white about everything. She knows the things she knows. She doesn't know the things she doesn't know. And she knew that we were meant to be together from like 2 months in. And I was like, man, I don't even know how this got started. So I wasn't ready to settle down 100% with like a wife and stuff. I was 19 years old, I think. And I was like, okay, I'm really need to work on me for a little bit. So I'm going to go out to California to the master's seminary. And she was, like I said, devastated. She was staying there. She wasn't coming with me or anything. And it was pretty much at that point, that was like, we'd never see each other again because I wasn't going to come back to Southern Arkansas University. She wasn't, going to move out to California for me. So for me at that point, I was like, yeah, we'll stay in touch. I loved hanging out with you. You're great. And, if we run into each other again, we'll run into each other again. So I went out there. So the master's college is right north in Santa Clarita, right north of Los Angeles. And man, that was a learning experience. I don't want to say it was a mistake for me to do that because I don't think it was, but I allowed that change and the people at the university and the church to send me careening in a different direction than I thought it was. So got out to California and Southern Arkansas University. When I went there at first, it was 5 hours away from our house, but my sister also went there. She was older than me. She played softball, so she got a softball scholarship. So I kind of followed her there, honestly. But what that did was I knew her, and then after a year of college, I had a bunch of friends, had her friends, and it was a small school. Went out to California, and I was completely alone. Like, didn't know anybody there. A lot of actually people that we were just discussing that weren't the most inviting because they had gone to church. I keep on hitting this, sorry. Had gone to church their whole lives or had started to believe like, hey, this is our college. This is our, religion. This is our everything. And we're doing it right. I've ran into that a lot where a lot of people there were like, we have the right way of being a Christian. So there's a lot to live up to. So hopefully you can do it kind of attitudes. And immediately being alone, trying to build my own faith and figure it all out as at this point, 20-year-old, I was just, I don't want to say walking into the lion's den, but it was a ripe situation for me to give up, to be like, these people aren't good Christians because, they don't love. And so I'm going to be, rebellious. And that's what happened. About halfway through the year, actually, crazy thing is that September was 2001. So that was when September 11th happened. And from that point on, I was like, the world's ending anyway. I don't know what's going to happen with, am I going to war? Am I going to be a soldier or whatever? And so I didn't really pay a lot of attention to my studies, I guess, which was a wasted opportunity because I had a angelology, demonology class. I had an Old Testament history class. I had a apologetics class. I had all these cool classes that thinking back on it, I was like, oh man, I wasted my time. But the main thing I got out of that school was, the people there just they were the type of people that this literally happened. There would be arguments in the lunch DFAC cafeteria, whatever you call it in a university, where there's two seniors with a bunch of people, peons around them, and they're debating on whether or not it's biblical to pray before your meal. And if you think of that on a college campus, this thing, they were doing it, in my opinion, I could be totally wrong, but they were doing it to be like, it almost felt like the Pharisees, where they're sitting around like, oh, I know this holy thing, and we're going to debate on who knows it best. It has nothing to do with, how we're going to implement this or tell others how to implement this. I'll asterisk all this stuff with the fact that maybe I totally had this thought in my mind before I got there, and maybe all these people were great people, and I took it wrong, but this is the way I saw it. And then a lot of people that were so insulated in their university, and they were so they would go to Grace Community Church in Los Angeles. They were in the master's college. They knew they were going to the master's seminary. There was chapel there. They didn't have to go off that campus at all. Most of them were homeschool kids, which back then didn't have as much to do, and they didn't get out in the world much. But if I were to do one thing wrong or say the wrong thing, heck, I even got a job at the mall at like Structure, which is Express now, and people had things to say about it. Like, oh, it was almost like, oh, you're working out in the, Gentile world is kind of how I joked about it. But I was like, this place is not the place for me. And so I rebelled pretty much the whole time I was there. Little things, just pranks on the security guard people, all the way up to, and there was one time that it was right when computers were starting to come out, and there was an intranet, the campus intranet, and you could do little messages on there and stuff like that. And I had gotten in trouble because I had thrown in the little DFAC, I had thrown like a waffle at a guy that I knew that was on the soccer team. And there was somebody in there, like, I guess they had guards in there. I don't know. And I got in trouble for it, like real trouble. And so the next day I put on I thought it was just doing to the students, but it was actually the whole staff, everybody. Probably John MacArthur got this email. I don't know. It was a little message. I was like, hey, if you don't like fun, don't be in the cafeteria tomorrow at noon. Like, just kind of goofing off, really. And again, just maybe a little rebellious. It went all the way up to the staff, and I didn't see this side of it, but they took it as a threat, like they don't know me from Adam. So at 6:00 in the morning, I had security guards, the RA, like I want to say the dean of students, they had keys to your dorm room. So unlocked my dorm room, and I'm asleep, and they all barge into my room and like, what do you mean by this? And I'm like, phew. And I explained it to them, and then they were like, okay, well, you're on warning now. Like, don't make any other threats, or don't. I'm like, it wasn't a threat. It was just a joke. But at that point I was done. I was like, okay, we're going to get this year over with, and then I'm out of here. And ended up at the end of the school year, I had gone camping. So what I ended up doing was just pretty much going surfing and camping, pretty much not going to class and just doing these things. I had given up on even the school year. I was like, I'm not going to attend classes. I'm not going to take tests. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just done. And so I was camping. I was hanging out with people not from the school, like anybody I could find, somebody I worked with or this, just to get away from these people. And then also to kind of get back into the world. if I'm perfectly honest. And so at the end of the school year, and if my mom listens to this, she's never heard this before, I don't think. I had gone camping, and I had friends that were girls in the school, not girlfriends at all, but like just people I hung out with. And they wanted to go camping too. We all went camping. Nothing happened. Nothing like, hey, you shouldn't have a girl and the boy in the same tent kind of thing. But one of the girls felt convicted and told her RA, who told, and it went up the chain. And somehow or another, because I was already a troublemaker, I was the one that, planned and made this whole thing happen. And RA came into my room, same thing, like 6 a.m, started talking to me about it. I'm like, honestly, I'm done. My mom's coming to get me. Like, I'm not registering again for next year. And he was like, okay, yeah. So we need you off campus. And there was like 2 weeks left of school. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, you're just causing a little bit too much, craziness. We're not used to it. Like, we need you off campus. I'm like, I live in Texas and I'm a 20-year-old kid with no money, no nothing. Are you kicking me out of my dorm room? And like, I put it on a little thick. I was like, you're going to make me homeless. You're going to make me live in my car. Let me just stay for the next week or two. I'm not going to do anything crazy. I promise. I'll just be here. And I won't forget this. He was like, well, you like camping, so why don't you just go camp? We just can't have you here. And what I thought immediately was like, man, I wonder if Jesus would do this. And it was something where I was like, these are the type of people that are turning people away from God. And throughout that year, it wasn't all rebellion. It was a lot of it. But I started to realize that, man, what Christianity needs right now is people who understand those people going through stuff. People that if somebody, says a cuss word or is smelly or something crazy, isn't going to, show outward response of, oh my goodness, like you're so much below me. How could I even talk to you, let alone share the gospel with you? And that was the feeling I got. And it just made me think like, man, that's not going to bring anybody to Christ. That's definitely going to make people that are Christians know more about, the Bible and have more mental knowledge about stuff, but you're not bringing anybody to Christ like that. And that became, instead of thinking about that and using it in my own life, I used it as a chip on my shoulder. As like, man, those guys, those people, they don't care about me. They don't care about Christians. And put a chip on my own shoulder about it, which is ridiculous. But I think a lot of people do that. Coming into churches, letting the people make one mistake or see somebody not care about your life, put that chip on your shoulder and say, see, Christians are terrible. Christianity must be terrible then, and I'm going to go be justified doing whatever I want. And I did it. I did it to my own life. I was like, all right, so I'm going to go live however I want. I'm still saved, but now I'm mad about that. And looking back on it, I know that's how it was. But at the time, I was just mad. I was frustrated. I was like, is that how Christians are supposed to be? And I was like, no. Jesus saved me, and I love him, but I don't think that we should have to be that way in order to be a follower of him. And so I left the master's college, came back home, and that was my mindset coming home. I was like, I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to do whatever I want. And that didn't work out real well.
Man, it's such a dude. I had the very similar experience. Well, a similar experience. It wasn't in college and stuff like that. But it is more common than not, I would say, that people run into things like that. We've actually talked about it. Maybe even every interview so far. It's just such a common thread, you know what I mean? But it's repellent when people, so going back to that example of, your Christian faith, your life as a Christian being like assessment and selection, right? It's like
Yeah.
another thing that carries over from that is like, you're not looking for the best guy necessarily. You're looking for the right guy.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
But people focus on being the best, exactly like I said, just like the Pharisees.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just read the Bible. Just read, like, how did Jesus view and talk about the Pharisees?
Yeah.
He was not a fan.
Right. Exactly. And that's why I want to say right off the bat, it's so perplexing why people get like that. But at the same time, I do understand it. People want to be as perfect as possible because they're insecure and they don't want people to see the ugly, grimy, real them. And then eventually they get, like, again, I've said it, they get so good at hiding it that they start to believe it. And they're now thinking that they're as good as they put on. And I think a lot of the people at the Master's College kind of grew up like that. And so they never, even people who would cry out to God about their brokenness or how they had sinned or whatever else, it always felt like there was always one eye open, making sure somebody was around watching them do that. And I was like, man, this is all performative. This is all, this isn't what Christianity is about. And it's so funny. Like, I saw the stick in their eye while, shoving a log in my own by saying, man, I'm going to go live however I want. They've got it wrong. So that means I am, a golden ticket to go do my own thing. And so, yeah, it's crazy.
So I don't like to talk about me if I can, well, I guess I could always avoid it, but it's kind of relevant, I guess. So earlier in my life, I was, as a punk rocker, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And at one point, me and a handful of friends we had a vehicle that had been like inherited by somebody or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We were just like, we're living in Nashville. Like, let's get out of here. Let's go, So we just literally shot spitballs at a map. Just, we're going to move here or whatever. Landed on St. Louis. We went to St. Louis and kept driving because that place sucks. But anyway, we ended up driving around the country for a good while, just everywhere, just kind of like, begging for change for gas money. And then anyway, we made it out to California. I ran away when I was young, and I'd gone out to San Jose. And the first beach in my life was Panther Beach out in why can't I think of the name? I've lived out there at DLI.
Monterey?
No, the beach, it's Santa Cruz. Okay. Panther Beach in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's the first beach I ever went to in my life. So anyway, we went out to, I'll try to make this short because, again, it's not about me, but we were cruising out there. I'm like, hey, you guys want to see an awesome beach? Like, yeah, I think everybody else had probably been, but it had an impact on me.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of driving us down by memory. Like, I know you get on I think it was the 5 or whatever, and I will know there's a little secret pull off to park on. I'll know it when I see it.
Yeah.
So we're driving down. I'm like, oh, that's it. You had to cross over traffic. And we did that, got in a head on collision.
Oh no.
Bad. Like, my friends thought I was dead.
Yeah.
Freaked him out when I finally came to. I was like, man, is the ambulance like having lunch right here? How are they here right now? We just wrecked. It had been a while. But anyway, freaked him out when I went to talk to him. The glass in my head, like, hey, what's going on?
Wow.
Anyway, none of that's relevant. But we ended up stuck there in Santa Cruz, sleeping down right by the river. We commandeered Humbum's camp, used his heroin spoon to eat our beans from the can that we got from the homeless shelter and all that stuff.
Man.
But anyway, eventually we're like, this is unsustainable, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's regroup. Let's get back to Tennessee, I guess. We don't have a vehicle anymore. We got no way to do it. So we reach out to this church that was there. It was either in Santa Cruz or it might have been up a little further north up in San Francisco. I can't remember. But anyway, told them the story. And part of the game with, I say game, but part of the way that we always, like I told you, we beg for change to get gas money.
Mm-hmm.
We'll always put a female out there because people are just more responsive. Like, they see a dude. And anyway, so we had one of the females call, explain the situation, and they were just like, responsive. They're like, oh, that's terrible. I hate to hear that. Absolutely. Here's what we're going to do. I think now that I'm saying it out loud, they were in San Francisco.
Mhm.
So they're like, well, it's going to take us, we can't get down there till tomorrow. We're going to put you guys up in a hotel tonight, which was great because we hadn't showered in how long. And we'll come down tomorrow, meet us at the Greyhound station. We'll get you guys tickets back to Tennessee. Like, it's beautiful. Like, look, church coming through, right? So they put us up in a hotel and we go wait out front of the Greyhound station the next day. And like I said, we're punk rockers, man.
Mhm.
Mohawks and leather jackets with studs and stuff. And we're waiting and waiting and waiting and there's nothing. And then eventually we see a car drive by with two older people just mean mugging, like looking at us like we just spit on their parents' grave. We're like, well, that ain't good. And then they make another loop. We're like, I see where this is going.
Yeah.
And then about 20 minutes later, somebody from inside the Greyhound station comes and gets the female who had talked to him, said, hey, you got a phone call. And it's them on the phone. Like, hey, you didn't say you had guys with you. She's like, yeah, I definitely did. And they're like, well, you guys can hitchhike. They can protect you. So anyway, kind of the same thing. Like just, I don't like the way you look.
Mhm.
My heart for you as a person that I should have as a Christian is irrelevant because I'm up here and you're down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
And
Totally.
that turned me away for a long, long time. It's same as you. It's like, always believed in God, trusted in God. I didn't turn to him. I certainly didn't turn to his people.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't find me in community. If you would have told me back then that I'd be here now doing this, like, all right, maybe put the bottle down.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, I didn't mean to hijack the conversation.
No. It's perfectly fine. I love it. It is crazy. I still do feel like I try to understand how people get there, and I try my best not to be like that. I just don't get it a lot of the times. Church people, and I think we've explained it enough, like why I think it happens, but still, I think Christians turn more people away from Jesus than anything else. And that's kind of sad. And that's one thing I think, if anything, to get out of a bunch of conversations like this is to make sure you're not that person that's turned somebody away from Jesus.
I'm curious because it's indirectly, but I have a feeling it's at least somewhat intentional. It's kind of what you guys address on Unconventional Faith, like even with the name, right? Unconventional Faith. Like, do you think maybe back then that kind of planted the seed for like now being like, okay, there's a real, do you know what I mean? Like understanding what it's really like to try to come to your faith.
That's amazing because it was a double meaning type thing, but no, that's exactly right. Is from pretty much everything in my walk, in my experience, I was like, I don't think people are getting it right on Jesus's love and what comes first. Is it the holiness or the love kind of thing? But yeah, it is. It's unconventional to what people believe. It was one of those names where it fit all the stuff. Unconventional warfare for Green Berets, Unconventional Faith, because at the time, Jesus was giving me revelations about control and idols in my own life, and it was opening up the Bible it looked totally different to me, and the way he was dealing with things, and the way that I saw very familiar stories in the Bible, I started to think like, I don't know if that's the way I thought it was is probably not the exact reason this story is in here. And so it was unconventional the way he was, going through stuff. So yeah, it was that. But you're right. I think I've always been drawn to the fact that I'm a little more apprehensive about, again, I don't know exactly how to put it, how church people might come off to other people. I've been very sensitive to that and tried to not be like that. So yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's not only is it not just you, I honestly believe, especially after talking to so many people about the same thing and kind of living it out myself, I honestly believe that it's probably the majority. Like
Yeah.
what we see, like that's not the thing. We know it's not the real thing. You know, it's not all the superficial stuff where all these problems that we're talking about, that's where all those live. It's
Yeah.
the superficial stuff. But I also just don't think that it's the majority of people. It's just I guess the vocal minority. You know what I mean?
No,
'Cause,
you're right.
you know, folks like
sure.
us sitting back, we're like, well, this is a little weird. Like we're not going, hey, this is weird. We're
Yeah.
just like keeping it to ourselves. Like, all right, well, that's definitely not for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't hear from the majority of people who are being turned away by the, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that now asks the deeper question, like, is that our bad for not being more vocal on the, like, we love you. I don't care who you are or what you're doing. We love you because Jesus loved you. Let me explain how he saved me. Instead, letting those vocal minority kind of represent us. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I would say yes. I would just for whatever my opinion's worth, I would say yes. It's you know, if you dealt with it yourself, you understand where people's heads and their hearts are, and you have something to offer, it's on us to offer it.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, doing this, and I think that's a good thing about today is the accessibility of being able to record and then get out your own stuff. It helps for sure, because now this becomes something where people can look at or listen to and be like, okay, these people are kind of going through the same stuff I am. So yeah, I guess it's easier now than to see somebody and try to chase them down on Sunday and be like, hey, that's not who we are. Come back in here and I'll show you.
And they're not going to be responsive at that point anyway.
Yeah, true.
Like,
Very
oh,
true.
okay. So this is, then it starts to feel like a cult.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Hey, please come walk back in the door.
Hey, brother. No.
Yeah,
Go
right.
over here. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's go ahead and take a quick break.
Yeah, for sure.
Jump back in.
All right, cool.
A lot of what we talk about in this show comes down to sincerity, right? Sincerity of faith, sincerity of motivation, all these things. Now, we may not always use that word specifically, but it is the root of a lot of the things that come up. Now, when it comes to Christian clothing, we need to address some kind of uncomfortable truths, all right? Now, there's no shortage at all of Christian clothing companies out there, but there is a very real shortage of sincere Christian clothing companies. Here's what I mean. A lot of these companies don't care about the gospel or your faith or what drives your life at all. They just wanted to sell clothes, and they saw the faith world as the easiest market. They stepped back and said, hey, this stuff really means an awful lot to these people, and they're willing to pay a premium for it. So why don't we just look up the most popular Bible verses and stick them with some clip art or something we have AI gen up, slap them on a t-shirt with a cross somewhere and charge them $50-$60 for a t-shirt. Easy money, right? And I guess from a business perspective, it makes sense. But for me personally, sincerity and authenticity matter. And I know I'm not alone in that. For that reason, we've linked up with a company called Disciple Threads. They made this hoodie that I'm wearing right now. The reason we chose Disciple Threads is because they're actual believers. And they're using their time and their talents to spread the word and to glorify the kingdom. Now, it's not for everybody, right? Tastes are individual, and not everybody likes to wear Christian clothing. I get it. But if you are one of those people and sincerity and authenticity matter to you, there's a link in the show notes. You can check out Disciple Threads or just go to their websites, disciplethreads.co, see what they got. If you find something you like, use code RP15. It's RP15. That'll get you 15% off your order. All right, let's jump back in. All right, Justin, we're back from the break. So just kind of seeing where to jump in here. We're still, as far as your story, you're still in college at this point.
Yeah.
I got some notes here. I don't know if it's quite the time to jump into any of them. But
let's do it, because that natural break in the story, because the next kind of part of my life is what I call my lost years. So
Okay.
whatever you got, let's talk about it.
Okay. So, and some of it's definitely for down the road.
Mm-hmm.
But you mentioned that you were kind of pretending to know what was going on. I think you were talking about when you first landed there at Master's College, kind of pretending to know what was going on, but you were falling back on, it led to you falling back on behaviors later in life.
Yeah.
Can you kind of dig into that?
Yeah, for sure. So the imposter syndrome you hear about, that had followed me. So that was part of the reason I brought up the story in second grade about, they're all on long division. I don't even know how to do multiplication well. I kind of, instead of raising my hand and simply being like, I don't understand what's going on here. And I was thinking to myself like, oh man, everybody's going to think I'm stupid. Everybody's going to think I don't belong here. I'm just going to go with it. And for years, it led to problems. At the Master's College, at first, instead of just being open and honest, be like, hey, I don't know as much about the Bible as y'all. I'm here to learn and, let's be friends kind of thing. I just acted like I understood things. I would say things when I knew them 100%, and I would, articulate it in a certain way. And all the while being totally insecure about who I was in Christ and in my biblical knowledge. After the fact, I've talked to somebody once I got to know them, and they were like, "You're the most standoffish person I've ever been around," or they thought I was uppity, or just they were beneath me, and I was like, man, there couldn't be anything further from the truth. But that followed me, and we can get into it later too. Throughout selection, throughout my time at group and stuff like that, I would always think like, one day they're going to figure out I'm not supposed to be here because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know, half the stuff I pretend like I know. And then in my Christian walk, it was also something that, like we've hit on a few times, that I started believing it myself, that I do know what's going on, or I think I can figure this thing out on my own. And it got from being a good thing where, being self-reliant and self-sufficient is a good thing, but doing it to a point where you're lying to yourself and you really need help, or you really would do so much better if you just turn around and be like, I don't know what's going on. Somebody else be like, finally, I don't either. Let's figure this out together. Instead, I would push through my pretending, and so imposter syndrome came up a lot throughout my life. And I feel like I'm finally at a point where I understand that about myself, and I'm able to be more honest with people and myself that, I ain't got it all together, and I never have. And you know who does? Jesus. I'm not in control of all this. He is. So that's who I lean on. So I recommend it to everybody.
Yeah, that's it's a weird shift, but when it happens, it's such an awesome thing. At least for me, It's like, it goes from, like you said, being something you're fearful of, like, I don't know what's going on. I'm not the right guy for this, to, no, I was put here for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to know what's going on.
Yeah.
In fact, that's a good thing, because that means it's out of my control and I'm just going to mess it up.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a weird shift, but there's so much freedom in that.
Yes, exactly. Freedom. That's how I would put it too. And as much as my life has turned around and been trending the right direction for the past decade or so, I'm just now in the past year or two really feeling that freedom. And it has come from complete surrender of that, and of the fact that, man, I don't have to do it all. I don't have to do it on my own and just have God, being there beside me. If I give it all up to Him and let Him, again, take the responsibility for everything, and me just actively participate the way I know how. Yeah.
Yeah, I look at it like, and this is going to sound silly, but it's what clicks in my brain. like, I'm just a brush. Like,
Yeah, nice. I like that.
a brush cannot create a masterpiece.
Mhm.
It needs an artist.
Yeah,
All I am is a brush.
that's brilliant. I love it. Yeah, that's really good.
All right. The lost years.
Yeah, so yeah, self-appointed lost years. So I left the master's college. It was at the end of the year. I made it to the end of the year. I don't know if they just felt pity on me or what, but they let me stay there in the dorms until the end of the year. And my mom flew down, and we drove from Los Angeles area to Houston area. That way I could get all the stuff I took, and she was just there to help me move, kind of thing. And man, talk about an awkward few days of trip, because I was totally different than whenever I went there. And I had been away from home pretty much the whole year. Maybe I'd come home once, but I went there. They were hopeful. They were like, he's getting on the right track. He's going to go there to, who knows, be a pastor, learn all this stuff about Jesus. And I came home with incompletes on a lot of my second semester courses. They didn't know I got kicked out, but she did know that, I was different. And so, yeah, what could have been 2 days of us like really bearing our soul and me talking about it, I kind of acted like everything was fine. And yeah, it just was kind of awkward trip back. And then once I got back, we had planned on me just living at home and going to school at Sam Houston State University, which is a 45-minute drive, and just finishing out college there. And that's what we did for a while. Once I got back home, in true young man, think he knows everything about the world, I sat my parents down and I was like, all right, I'm 20-something years old now. I know I'm under your roof, but I've lived, on my own for 2 years. So things are going to be a little different, and they're kind of looking at each other like, what? But I was able to talk to them in a way that was halfway adult. And they're like, okay, as long as, you're not too out of control, or there's, not some crazy reason for this, I guess we can say that's okay. Like no curfew, but you're an adult now, so you make up your own mind. And that didn't last very long, because I was using it to go find the friends that were still around and us go do whatever we wanted. And that turned into, just total prodigal son. Like I wasn't looking for Jesus. I wasn't feeling like, oh man, I'm sinning. I'm not close to God. I was like, okay, I'm going to see what this world has to offer. Like both feet in. So I tried everything. I did all the stuff I wanted to do. Ended up, my parents didn't have that for too long. The locks were changed one night when I tried to come home. I was like, okay, understand that. Moved into an apartment with a couple of my buddies. And yeah, it was nothing. We weren't out robbing liquor stores or anything, but we all had jobs and we were supporting ourselves, but also spending the money on, whatever, doing whatever, like smoking weed, doing other drugs, going to parties, going to UT. We had a lot of friends that went to University of Texas, and so we'd go up there all the time to Austin. Just everything. Didn't talk to Heather a lot during that time period, because backing up to being at the Masters, we actually did keep in touch. It was mostly her, but I kept in touch. I knew that was something that was valuable, our relationship, but it wasn't something I prioritized. And then once I kind of went off and kind of prodigal son the whole thing, barely talked to her. The people I was hanging out with at the time, while the good friends, I would say, they were just as lost as I was. And so, for about 2 years, just not a full 2 years, but just going down the wrong path and doing everything the world had to offer. And then the cool and crazy thing throughout that time, every once in a while, my dad would find me. He would try to come up to where I was working and be like, hey, just wanted to invite you to church and let you know I loved you. And I would, hey, you can't just walk up to my place of business. You kicked me out of the house. You can't be here. Mostly, looking back on it, totally ashamed of my life. I was probably hungover or something, and just mad that he was around and that I had, kind of gotten caught. One time showed up at our apartment, opened the door, and, smoke billowing out of the apartment door. And he's like, hey, just want to invite you to church, say I love you. Like, you can't just come to my apartment. This is their apartment too. And, yelling at him. I would say that's one of the other things that I'm most ashamed about to this day is my dad coming to show me love and show me that he still cared, and me just throwing it in his face and being like, you can't do that. Like, yeah, that's tough.
Have you guys talked about that?
I don't think so. We have a great relationship now, and I've said it in a different setting, but he is the guy that the Lord has placed in my life to show me what living out godly biblical principles are. And he was even doing that before we got saved. So he's the best guy I know, best man that I can emulate. And I've told him that. I don't think we've talked about specifically. I've wanted to so many times, and I should. Probably on the way home, I should probably do that.
So I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, please.
What was it that caused them to finally change the locks? Or was it a specific thing, or was it just like a compound?
There was eventually at some point they were like, hey, we can't have you coming and going at all times of the night. I was coming in at 3:00, stumbling into bed kind of thing. They weren't awake, but obviously aware. And I was like, yeah, I'll clean it up. And so there wasn't one thing where it was like some blowout fight or something, but they told me a few times, like, when you're in this house, at least be home by this time. And I didn't do it. And then our relationship was strained enough that we probably weren't talking either at much. And then eventually came home, tried the lock, and it was done. And again, I wasn't like banging on the door and trying to say like, y'all are terrible people for doing this. I remember it. I was like, that makes sense. Just like, okay, I understand that. And then just going and staying with the buddy until we could set up other arrangements.
That's rough what you're talking about with your dad and
yeah.
Not being ashamed of how you treated him. It's we've talked about it before. I think maybe with Keith, but I certainly have those things in my life, and it's like it's hard, man. It's a lot to carry because the further you get along, you're just like you just really start to, at least for me, you really start to hold on to how temporary everything is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, man, like all that time, like I wasted that time. You know what
exactly.
I mean?
Exactly.
It's hard, man.
Yeah. And I feel like even if I was living the way I was living and I had a different attitude about that relationship, he still would have been my dad and given me whatever advice he would have given me. And yeah, exactly that. It's wasted time. Years of both of our lives where we could have, exchanged whatever. He could have given me wisdom bombs and I could have, told him whatever, some stupid thing that kids are doing nowadays. I don't know.
Sure.
But yeah, now we have a great relationship, and that came over time. But yeah,
that's good.
Yeah. So near the end of this, the lost years, as I call them, I got to a point where my lifestyle had taken over to a point where I was having trouble paying rent. I was having trouble keeping up with stuff, and there was a night or two where I had a moment of clarity where I was like, what am I doing here? This is not what God intended for me. And one of those things, you got somebody passed out on a couch here, you got drugs on the table here, and, I'm just looking around like, where am I? Like, how did I get here? And I was at that spot where I came back to my dad and I was like, to my parents, I told them that. I was like, I've gotten off track. I know I have. There's no reason that y'all should do this, but I would like to get back on track. And the only way I can do that is to move home. And at that point, too, I'd started talking to Heather again, and she was more than happy to help me out. She's graduated college by this point and on to her career. So she's living her life and doing what people should. But
she in Arkansas? Or?
Yeah. She got her degree in broadcast journalism, communications, something like that. Yeah,
that explains a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Which, funny story, it's hers, but I'll share it. She got her degree, she graduated, and her first job was with a TV station. She always wanted to be a news reporter and be on TV. And her first job was at a small TV station in, I want to say Hope, Arkansas, or Arkadelphia, one of those.
Okay.
And within a month, she realized she hated it. She hated the entire thing, like TV, the backside of it, everything but being in front of a camera. And she was just finding that out whenever we were starting to talk again. And she had her own kind of journey through the fact that she had spent her whole life and 4 years of college thinking she was going to do this one thing. And within 6 months, she knew that she hated it and she didn't want to do it at all. But yeah, so getting back to, I talked to my parents and they had some rules this time. It wasn't like, okay, yeah, let's do it your way. They were like, okay, you want to move home? Here's how it needs to be. And they weren't things that I was like, oh man, this is out of control, but I'll do it because I have no other option. It was stuff like, you will have a curfew, but it's because, this is our house and we don't want you coming and going. We'll pay off all the rent you have for the last couple months of your lease. We'll pay off this, and we'll put it into money that you're going to owe us, and we're going to do a budget, and you and Dad are going to figure out your budget. You're going to have cash. You're going to put it in envelopes each month, and trying to turn me into a responsible adult, basically. Same thing. I was like, okay, I understand that. And the main one was going back to church, that I had to go back to church. And that one I was like, all right, I'll go back. And it was more to kind of placate them. At the time, I don't think I was angry at God. I was just, if I want to be honest, I was more ashamed, and then also still using that chip on my shoulder about church people or, the people at the master's university or college. As I went back to church, I was finally starting to be honest with God. That was the main thing. I came back to church angry. I was like, all right, God, this is who I am. This is all the things I've done. And I don't understand you. I don't understand why your people are the way they are and all this other stuff. And I finally started to really be honest with God and then start to hear the Holy Spirit a little better in my own life. And it was awesome. It was great. It wasn't, it's kind of like the prodigal son. It wasn't his great decision-making to come back home. It was the Father's graciousness and the Father's love that made it all work. And that's kind of where I was. I realized that it wasn't about me. It wasn't about me being good at any of these things or being, the Sunday morning best Christian. And then at that point had a youth pastor. I was, probably early 20s at this point, but he and I had kind of grown up together. And I laid it all on the line, or out in the open, kind of was like, here's all the stuff I've done. And I want you to help me to be accountable. And because obviously I can't do it on my own, I'm going to fall back into all these things because I'm terrible and I'm a sinner. I need you to help me. And so we developed that relationship of accountability. It was two-way, even though he was a pastor, I saw, and he shared things with me. And that was really cool to kind of open the door to see, like, okay, even pastors, even, the upper echelon of the church, they're human. They still go through the same stuff I do. So when they make mistakes, or whenever I'm judging them a certain way, I can see it. I can see why they're doing that. I can have compassion for them, or something like that. So yeah, it really started getting into the church. And what I realized through kind of all that was that Heather had always been there. She had always been the one that I called whenever I was at my lowest, or called. She was always ready to answer the phone, pick up, excited to talk to me, and she showed me love at all times. And I realized how I had kind of taken that for granted for 4 years at that point. And I was like, okay, this is an important relationship. So we started seeing each other again, talking on the phone all the time. I had a job, she had a job, but on weekends she would come visit, or I would go there. And we got to the point where I was like, okay, this is it. This is a girl I'm going to marry. And the part that I like to say about that might not be the most romantic, but is that I thought to myself, she loved me so much all throughout this time that I was a total piece of crap. And the love she showed me, that, I don't even know how to put it, that made me love her more, and made me think, like, it was almost selfish. I was like, I have to marry her because she's so awesome. She's been so awesome to me. And it was something where it wasn't, I guess my point is, it's not always like love at first sight, or the music is playing and you're like running towards each other in a field and like y'all spend happily ever after together. It was through the dirty stuff where she continued to show me love, kindness, and just all that opened my eyes to, like, that's love. That what she's doing is love. It's not the emotion or the stuff you see on movies or things like that. And I was like, I have to, lock this down, kind of thing. At the same time, I was, I forget what job I had. I think I was a waiter, or, man, I don't even know. I was just doing some odd job type thing. And I was like, well, this isn't going to work. I can't marry this girl and then us try to figure out, how I'm going to provide for her. And so that was around 2004, 2005. Throughout this whole time period, I had always thought to myself in those moments of clarity, man, I'm not doing anything with my life. I'm an able-bodied man. Why am I not, in the military in some way, helping fight this war? Because I didn't know much about Afghanistan, but you always saw on TV the Iraq stuff because of the IEDs. 2004, 2005, we were losing 100 people a day or something just to IEDs and different things. I was like, I don't want to, but, there's no reason for me not to be. And so I was finishing college, wanted to get married, and I was like, it's a steady job at least, and there's health insurance involved. That's about all I knew about the Army. Going in, my dad didn't serve. I had two cousins that had served, but they were so much older than me. I didn't get to talk to them or anything. So I went in kind of blind about the military in general. And I had 3 years of a degree, and a lot of people were like, dude, just get that 4th year, graduate, and now you're going to be an officer. And in my thinking I knew best, I was like, there's no way I can go into the military and then lead people without, being the regular ranks first. And I was like, that can't possibly be the way it goes. Just because you have a college degree, now you're in charge of people.
Little did you know.
Yeah, right. And so I was like, no, once I get in or after, I'll finish my college degree. And so I told Heather. She understood, but she was also kind of devastated because that wasn't her plan. I was like, look, I know you've got a steady job, but you can't just take care of us. I'm not going to just let you do that while I finish school or whatever. And so, and my parents actually, my mom was also devastated, but they both realized that I needed to get my stuff together. And so, yeah, joined the military in, I did like the delayed entry. So I joined in the summer of 2005 and didn't ship off till September of 2005. And went to basic training, OSIT, in Fort Knox. I had, I think Tom and I talked about this at one point. I went in there with my dad to the Army recruiter, and I had people that told me, again, I didn't know anything about it. I had to write it down. I was like, 11 Bravo. I don't want to be 11 Bravo. Because I didn't know what that meant, but they're like, oh, you don't want to be infantry. They just do the dumb stuff all the time. You're going to be a knuckle dragger. You're going to get, yelled at and all this stuff. But I still wanted to do something. Like, I didn't know what combat arms meant at that time, but I was like, something in the fighting, I guess, because I don't want to go into the military just to, sit at a desk. That's not why I was joining. So, had a list of things that were available. And it's funny, I didn't know at the time, but one of them was Special Forces, like 18 Bravo, 18 whatever. And it said Weapons Sergeant, Special Forces Weapons Sergeant. I was like, to the recruiter, I was like, that sounds cool. What is that? And he's like, nah, you could do that after. That's way advanced stuff. And I was like, Like, sounds cool, but okay. And never looked at it again. And it wasn't till a couple of years ago I kind of remembered that. I was like, man, I should have just went with it because that's what I ended up doing. So looking at all the combat arms stuff, looked at 19 Kilo, which is a tanker. I was like, man, I don't want to be in a tank. That's crazy. And then 19 Delta, it's a Cavalry Scout, and got words like reconnaissance and sneaking around and stuff. And they showed us, me and Dad, the video. And the video was one of those iconic, like, 90s, 2000 video where the dude is either on a motorcycle or in a dune buggy. And they're coming around all in their BDUs and camo, sneaking through some bushes and stuff. And then with a big, PRC whatever radio, brick radio, calling for fire, and then huge explosions going off. And I was like, that looks awesome. I want to do that. And so that was what sold me completely, was the video.
I'm guessing they didn't mention the combat life expectancy.
Right. Yeah, no. None of that. None of the mechanized scouts. None of the like, oh, you might be in a Bradley. You might be doing a lot of other stuff besides sneaking around and on a motorcycle. But they got me, and there was a good bonus at the time. They were hurting for people. So, yeah, I went to Fort Knox. And I was 24, about to be 25, just joining. So at that point, I was a grandpa in basic training. Most of these kids were 17 to 19 years old was kind of the mix, and with no life experience, like just right out of high school. So I was, from the beginning, it was almost a little easier for me because I could take a step back and be like, okay, I understand why they're doing this. Like, they're kind of wiping away everything that was before, like how you acted, how you thought, how you did all this. And then they're trying to turn you into something else. I understood that. And I was like, okay. While some of the younger kids were just like in a washing machine, they didn't get the reason behind it and they were just lost, you know? So it was kind of a cool atmosphere where I could almost help people and not teach, but kind of say, okay, you know, Johnny, this is why they're doing this. You don't have to be upset or nervous about it or anything. You just need to get from this point to that point to that point, and everything will be fine. And it was cool. It was like I was the older brother or something throughout. And not only that, I enjoyed working hard. I enjoyed whenever we weren't doing stuff, me and a couple other dudes would do extra PT in the bay. And I wasn't like chasing anything. I was just like, man, I like being in shape. I like working towards a goal. And it was completely different than the last few years of my life where I was just floundering through everything. And I think in basic training and on deployments, you can really dive into your faith, dive into the Bible, dive into studying and get close to God. And that was awesome part too, is reading the Bible, really studying on my off time, and then really hearing God's voice on what was going on with my life. And I felt, while everybody else, it seemed like, was kind of lost and not really knowing what was going on all the time, I felt like I was where I was supposed to be, where God wanted me. And so I kind of had a peace about it. There was, what do they call it? Holiday block leave or something like that. So in OSIT, one station unit training, about halfway through, there's a weekend or a week. I don't know. You get leave during it. Yeah, it was a week because I went back home. And
Christmas or something like that.
Yeah, Christmas leave. And so I'd already planned on it. Heather and I hadn't been married yet, and I was going to ask her to get married during that time. Talk to her mom on the paid phones, you know, and ask her blessing.
Oh, no way.
Did all the stuff. And then I talked to the pastor of my church to see if he would marry us. And he was like, well, I'd really want y'all to go through premarital counseling. And I'm like, dude, I'm only home for a week on leave. We just don't have time to get a four week premarital counseling thing going. And he was like, okay, well, maybe after basic training or something, y'all can come and I'll marry y'all. And what was good about that is I understood what he was talking about, that he wanted us to have premarital counseling from him for him to marry us, because he held it in such high regard to marry two people. He felt responsible enough to like have standards and stuff. At the same time, that thing of what I felt at the master's college kind of reared its head for a minute. I was like, are you serious? I was kind of upset, but I was in a different place. And I was like, okay, I understand where he's coming from, and God's not going to use him against me in this situation. So that's fine. And I was still going to ask her to marry me though. So over block leave on Christmas Eve, her whole family was around. I was there. And then I asked in front of her whole family, which that was definitely not my idea, which this is a funny part too. Her mom is very outgoing and all this stuff. And she's like, oh, what you should do is this. Oh, we could set it up. Oh, we could do this. And at the time, I wasn't as, vocal about, well, let's pump the brakes. Here's what I would like to do. I was more like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, what am I getting myself into? It happened though, in front of, 50 people I didn't know. I got down on a knee, asked her to marry me. And she was ecstatic. She, had wanted this since we met for the first time, however many years ago. And so we went back to Houston, because this was in Texarkana, where she's from. We went back to Houston, her and I, and stayed with my mom and dad. And, letting them kind of meet her a little better. They know each other, but, let them know she's now my fiance, all this other stuff. And while we were there, I forget what happened. Something happened where we were just like, you know what? Let's just go down to the courthouse and get married. And we were like, it's not going to be any different in God's eyes if we just go down to the courthouse and get married. The main thing I was thinking at the time, kind of in the back of my head, is I don't know where I'm going after basic training's over. I would like her to have health insurance, my paycheck, and then possibly, SGLI, the life insurance. So that's what we did. Her mom couldn't make it because she was in Texarkana. So I thought, I don't know if this was wise or not wise. I was like, I don't think my parents should be there if her parents aren't there. I was like, that's wrong against her mom. And I was like, Mom and Dad, I'm going to ask y'all not to come. And it wasn't, they're still mad about it to this day. I'll finish everything up with that. But it wasn't like I was saying like, ooh, I don't want y'all there because y'all will get in the way or anything. I explained it to him. I was like, because her parents can't be there, I don't want it to be like some thing where y'all got to see it and she didn't. And now for the rest of our marriage, that's going to be a thing. They understood. They didn't say anything at the time. I grant them that. But it's still a sore subject. We all laugh about it now, but I can tell it's really still a sore subject. So we got married in courthouse. I was in my puny greens, just out of basic, or just still in basic training. So I had like one ribbon and no unit patch or anything. And we didn't plan for it. So she, I think, was in a pantsuit, some things she was going to wear to church or something like that. And for witness, I had a good friend of mine and my sister. And yeah, I mean, as many people that were like, y'all pretty much eloped, and kind of gave us the stink eye, and we're like, well, I don't know if it's going to work out, but I hope it does. Here we are 20 years later, and we're still married. And yeah, so her mom ended up buying her a wedding dress afterwards, and her mom was devastated as well that she didn't have the big wedding and all that stuff. So she bought her a wedding dress thinking that we were going to have, we thought ourselves, we were going to have a wedding after basic training. But I graduated basic training, getting my orders, and they are to Korea, which is an unaccompanied tour, 1 year. And I tried everything I could to get out of it. I even went to like the lead drill sergeant, private nobody, talking to them. They're yelling at me. I'm like, yeah, I understand. But here's my situation. Just got married, and they're like, oh, that's not going to last. You're dumb, blah, blah, blah. Just get married in basic training. Oh, how original. And I was like, going to Korea, unaccompanied tour. Is there anything I can do? I don't care where it is, just somewhere not Korea. And they couldn't change it. So they said. So the first year and probably 3 months of our marriage were apart. And it was terrible, but it also set us up pretty well in a few different ways. Communication. We had to talk by phone for a year and a half, the first year of our marriage, year and a half of our marriage. So we got good at communicating with each other. That was one benefit. And then the other thing that was good is in Korea, at that time, you weren't deployable out of Korea if you were on an unaccompanied tour. So that unit, all we did was learn our job. We were in the field like 8 months out of that year I was there. And so either doing gunneries, doing scout skills exercises, doing actual road march type things where we would march out to a area right on the DMZ, do our exercises and stuff, march back in, cold weather training, like real cold weather training. And so I got to know what being a scout was and just regular Army stuff. Like I got to know it pretty well. The other good thing about it is what I was alluding to is not deploying out of there. I had a lot of friends in basic training that did get stationed in the continental U.S. that immediately went to Iraq, and a lot of them didn't make it back, or lost limbs or this or that. So the fact that I went to Korea at first was heartbreaking, but I mean, God's plan in all of it. Who knows what could have happened if that would have been different. So, yeah. Korea too was the first place. I don't know if everybody knows about it, but the Cav has like storied tradition. Esprit de corps is like, it's made fun of in the rest of the Army because they're authorized to wear Stetson hats with the yellow cords and like all your unit, paraphernalia on the back and stuff. And I was in that atmosphere in Korea, and everybody lived in barracks, and so everybody was together all the time. So there was a lot of camaraderie. There was a lot of all that stuff. And they did a spur ride every year, which a spur ride is I don't know how to put it. Looking back on it, it was like a 3-day selection almost. It got me ready for that, but it's a 3-day thing where you're walking across the whole country, basically, is what it felt like. And you would have scenarios at every stop. You'd have to navigate somewhere. You'd have a scenario where they would smoke you, or you do some really, really hard thing. You would put that thing back, and then you'd walk somewhere else, smoke you, do a really hard thing. And the whole time you're having to, sing Cav songs and do all this stuff. And it went for 3 days straight, like 72 hours. Like you slept when you could, but there was no like allotted sleep time. And I did that just because a friend of mine was doing it. But what it was the first time that I was pushing myself beyond where I thought I could actually do something, and finding out that there was more in the tank. And that even if I was at what I thought was the end of my rope, like I could still go. And it was super hard, but at the same time I accomplished it, and it was cool. And so did the spur ride. And so I think there's been more than one occasion that I've thought of that spur ride, and that's part of the reason that I got through selection. Part of the reason I got through some of the harder stuff that I was able to do was just the practice of pushing yourself beyond your limits and seeing what happens. Let me think of it.
So they give you like a set of spurs at the end of that? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess I missed the whole point of it. So, it was supposed to, there's some, thing that as a young soldier, when you first got into the Cav and went back when they were on horses and stuff, they didn't give you spurs because you were too inexperienced to know how to, move your horse correct and use your spurs. And so this was basically a thing where once you're done with that, now you were allowed to wear your Stetson, and they gave you a set of silver spurs. And not everybody had the silver spurs, so they were like another thing that you could wear on Fridays or on your Class A's or something that not a lot of people had. That was the whole thing. That's why they called it a spur ride.
So it really was like a warm-up run for selection.
Yeah, 100%. And it's crazy because back then in Korea, my first year in the Army, I didn't even know that side of life. The only time I had ever seen anything was on that piece of paper where it said 18 Bravo, Special Forces Weapons Sergeant. And I was so clueless. I was like, Special Forces, what is that? I thought it was always Special Ops or like Spec Ops.
Yeah.
Is what you hear on TV or whatever else. I just did not know. And I had pushed that all the way out of my mind. I didn't know what a Green Beret was or anything. Actually, hold on. There is a funny story in Korea I just now thought of. I didn't know who it was, but looking back on it, everybody had to ride buses everywhere on Camp Hovey and Camp Casey. It was like the furthest north, except for the DMZ. And so you could see colonels, you could see majors, lieutenant colonels, generals, even like on buses, because that's just how everybody got around. And me and a buddy of mine, PFC Cook and whoever, were getting off, and we were right behind a colonel that was, getting off at the same place. And there was a guy that was waiting to get on the bus. He didn't have a top on. He just had his, brown undershirt and had his beret in his pocket. And we were outside, so that was like, you got to have your cover on, you got to have your top on, things like that. And he started to get on the bus, and the colonel, who had an aide with him, I think, or just somebody, a major or captain right next to him, it's like, "Oh, excuse me, you're not going to wear your cover outside?" And kind of like in a arrogant, passive aggressive way. And the dude looked at him, and he was like, "I don't have to wear this anywhere I don't want to," or something like that. And the little captain that was standing next to the colonel, like, his head exploded. You almost saw it. He was like, he couldn't believe this dude was talking to this colonel this way. And at this point, everybody was like off the bus, and the colonel was starting to yell at this guy, like, military customs and courtesy type stuff. And the guy was like, I don't have time for this. And just got up on the bus. And as he was getting on the bus, I saw he had like a Green Beret in his pocket. I was like, and me and my buddy were like, "That was a Green Beret." I was like, "I don't even know what that means." But yeah, that was a Green Beret.
They're real.
Yeah, they're real. And did you see the way he just talked to that colonel? And the colonel, had no repercussion or anything. He just, besides being puffed up, he didn't do anything. So that was the one interaction with Green Berets that I had ever had. And it wasn't until later that I even really kind of figured out what it was all about. So yeah, I forgot about that.
Do you think it's kind of a hard question, but if you're being honest about it,
Mm-hmm.
do you think seeing that interaction, do you think it had anything to do with the draw towards SF? Because a lot of folks, and this again isn't to disparage anybody, but especially like, when you look at like the X-ray program, a lot of folks join because they want that. Does that make sense? Like, it's really an ego thing. They're like, "You can't touch me. I'm special."
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that did. And even getting further into it, it did draw me, because I always, from the beginning of being in the Army, I thought at times, I was like, this is dumb. Why are we doing this? And instead of just being like, Forrest Gump, because you told me to, drill sergeant, I was always like, what are we doing? There's got to be a more efficient way to do this, or there's got to be a different way to do this. And so I think I didn't always act on it, but I always had questions about leadership, saying, you have to do this, you have to, do this because I said so, and I outrank you. And I'm like, you're just another dude that got in before I got in, or you finished college and I didn't. Like, what? And so, yeah, there was probably a draw. The fact that he was able to kind of do that with no repercussions. Yeah, for sure.
It sounds though more like it was less about ego and just more about like not having to waste resources, pretty much, like not having to do the dumb stuff that's irrelevant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which there's, in my opinion, there's a lot of value in that.
Yeah. It was ego driven too, but my thought process was that, and I think what I mean by that is doing something a certain way just because somebody said it has never been my cup of tea. I always want to understand it. And the ego side of it is I usually think I've got the best way. And so, like, when I'm seeing a 20-something-year-old corporal, actually there was a 21-year-old corporal in Korea when I was there, and I was a PFC. I was, I think, 25, 26, and I could tell that he had been in since high school, and nothing wrong with that, but his life experience and what he was trying to prove as an NCO, it just wasn't lining up to how I believed. I could see that wasn't going to be a good fit for me, just doing what he had to say just because he said it. And so it was a little bit of both.
Okay,
I guess.
gotcha. Yeah, I didn't mean to pull you off track.
No, that's good. But yeah, so besides that interaction in Korea, I would say learning my job to the best of my ability and communication with Heather. Like, there was a lot behind the fact that we weren't like in the same house, in the same room when we were having arguments, or we just realized how precious our conversations were because that's all we had. And so later on in our marriage, it helped a lot when I was gone, but also while we were there, we could talk more, talk out what we were feeling and the things that were going on instead of just get mad and slamming doors and all that kind of stuff. So that was good. And then the fact that it was one more year of me not doing what I thought I wanted to do, which was, go to war. And I say it that way because I think in that time period, probably in all of time, every young man wants to go test his mettle and wants to go see if he's got what it takes to be, a hero or something. And then on the backside of it, most of the guys coming home and most of the older guys are like, you don't know what you don't know what you want, and you don't know what you're asking for. And so yeah, looking back on it, like, the longer it kept me from having to go through some of the stuff that I thought I wanted, I'm totally cool with that.
Kind of like, was it James and John? They're like, hey, you put us at your right and left hand, and Jesus is like, you don't know what
right.
you're asking.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yep, 100%. So from Korea, I was excited to get home because I got orders to go to Fort Hood, and both of us are from Texas, and Fort Hood's in the middle of Texas, so it was right in between Houston and Texarkana, so we were pumped. It was the first time we were going to get to live together as a married couple at all, but as a married couple. And I got assigned to 4th ID. At the time they were at Fort Hood. And I think one of the first formations, PT formations I was at, I remember them talking like, all right, we're going to be deploying soon. Last deployment was rough. We lost 5 dudes. And, we're going to work hard this season, this year, whatever they were saying, to make sure that doesn't happen. It was just a different atmosphere. And that was the first time I was like, okay, like I guess I didn't realize what I was asking for, because, man, they were haggard. The whole platoon was haggard is kind of what I started feeling. They look lost, and a lot of them just didn't care. Like, I got there bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, just come off a year of learning my job, getting spurs, doing the spur ride, cav all the way, all this other stuff. I get there, and they had just come off a 14, 15-month deployment. They lost 5 dudes in their troop, and it wasn't the same. And it was a stark difference that I was like, oh, man.
Was there fear there for you?
Yeah. That was the first time I really kind of started considering the fact that this is going to be hard. This is going to be something maybe I didn't expect. Like, I didn't know what to expect, but I started seeing it in their faces. And then over that year, I feel like it was a year that I was there and we were training and stuff. Like the anniversary of the guys getting killed, we were in the field and they were, doing the anniversary stuff. Dude, it was, I mean, what you would think, walking into a room where a tragedy just happened and you'd be like, all right, guys, what are we doing? And you're like, oh man, something bad just happened here. And they knew, and I knew that we were going back. And that was tough. It made Heather and I's life a little stressful, just because we knew it was, at this point, 2006, I think. We knew that's where I was going, that we were going back to Iraq, and it was going to be a long deployment kind of thing. So we had a rough kind of go of it. Both of us trying to put on a happy face and smile and stuff, but we both knew that there might be a last time that we were going to see each other coming up soon. And so that was rough. And then
Did you guys talk about that?
not too much. It was one of those things that the elephant in the room kind of thing that we didn't want to talk about or give voice to.
A little too heavy for the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was just me and her. We started thinking about having kids, but we were like, yeah, let's not even worry about that right now. Let's just have fun. Let's enjoy ourselves, get to know each other. And then once I get back, we'll start having kids kind of thing. So then the day came. My family was there. Her parents were there. They had like this whole send-off thing. The last few months, I was, it wasn't the same. It wasn't like I was, off on my own, but we were partying like it might be the last time we got to party kind of thing. So I think it was stupid because say I wouldn't have came home. The last time I had spent with my parents and her family and stuff like that, I was so hungover I could barely even, converse with them without thinking like, oh man, I'm going to have to puke everywhere or something like that. Cause, I guess that's what people do right before they go is, party as much as possible. But yeah, I remember the day leaving out of Fort Hood. And then when I first got to, we were in Saudi Arabia, I think, for a while, for like a month or something. That was fine. Zeroing all weapons, doing the stuff. And I'm like, all right, this is it. Because it's desert, you're carrying your weapon and you've got magazine in and stuff. Or maybe a magazine on the buttstock. I don't think you actually had it in. But then that from Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, wherever we were, I'm still, I think, a specialist at this point. So I didn't know a lot of the different places we were. I just went. And then getting on to the Chinook, going into Iraq, I think I landed Camp Falcon. It changed. It completely changed. I thought, yeah, this is war. Okay, not too bad. But as soon as we landed in Iraq, it was like, oh no, what have I got myself into? Even on those big mega fobs back then, the big, huge T-walls, like PX salsa dancing type places, because that's where you land in on. Even when you're there, like there was never ever a sense of like, oh yeah, I'm safe, because there was always incoming rockets. There was this, that, the other, and not only that, our platoon was actually, our whole troop was then moving out to a combat outpost, because back then the whole thing was hearts and minds. Got to live amongst the people, change everything through that. So yeah, we weren't staying in the safety kind of a megafob. We were going out and living amongst the people, and it was rough. So we went in to an area that was, we were a scout troop, which is smaller. It's like 70 or something people. And we went into a area that was lived in and patrolled by a striker infantry company, which is like 120, 130 people. So off the bat, we were undermanned and having to figure out base security, as well as a 24-hour presence patrol that they wanted, as well as like fixing vehicles and stuff like that. We could tell from the beginning it was going to be unsustainable, but leadership again was like, oh no, we can do it. We got it. All right, let's make this work. You know, it was one of those things again where you're like, that's not the best decision. Why are you making that? Or just because you're a captain and you have been in the Army a little bit, you get to make this decision while I have to follow it.
You start to understand at that point that it's a resume bullet.
Yeah, exactly. And it didn't matter. It was just, you cannot say no to something, even if the right answer is to say no. You can't do it as a captain, as somebody in charge. And that is prevalent even today in the military. And I think it's it's part of the problem. But yeah, so for the first 8 months of that deployment, not only are we dealing with deployment stuff, first firefights, first, looking at like, oh man, I could have actually just died then. Seeing dead bodies, seeing the like things that are coming up. We're also there. I've said it again before on something else. There wasn't a time period where I had more than 4 to 6 hours off. So not only, okay, go get to sleep. You got 4 hours to sleep. No, from the time you were off guard shift till the time your shift started again was 4 hours.
So that's chow, sleep, shower, whatever.
Yep. And trying to work out. So we had a Bradley, which is a mini tank, if you don't know, at the front gate. That was our front gate of our little cop. So we would pull it in, pull it out to let people in. And then also it was good for scanning the town we were in. If you did that shift, you were in the Bradley for 6 hours and then you were out of the Bradley for 6 hours. So you had a little bit longer, but your shift was longer and it was like 140 in the Bradley. So you're sitting there 140 for 6 hours, like trying not to die. Then you get out and then you got stuff to do. Platoon sergeant's like, hey, make sure you take out the trash. Make sure you do that. And then by the time you recover from that, you're getting back into it. So 4 to 6 hours was 8 months, 24 hours a day. That's all we had out. When we were, so one platoon would be on the 24-hour presence patrol. One platoon would do base defense. And then we had a mortars platoon attached to us that they would pretty much do whatever they wanted. But they did a lot of the stuff around the camp. While we were on patrol, we would have 12 to 14-hour patrols, then still get the 4 hours off, and then 4 hours you would have to do the camp activities like DFAC, making sure all the stuff was stocked, making sure the maintenance was done on the trucks, and now you got to get ready to go back on patrol and stuff like that. And so it was a nightmare. Just the logistical side of it was a nightmare. So it was crazy. That almost helped me not think about the war part of it. And yeah, every time we were on patrol in a gunner's hatch or something, you're like, all right, that might kill me. That might kill me. Oh, now we're running and gunning around the streets of, this town. But after that was all over, you're like, ugh, now I got to go do this. We got to be on guard duty. And it almost kept your mind off of it because that was just as bad as the other stuff. And honestly, it wasn't a terrible trip. It wasn't like we didn't lose anybody. We weren't, in firefights 24/7. There was some stuff that was pretty gnarly, but nothing too bad. The worst part of that trip was just, man, I think it's messed up my sleep routine and my whole circadian rhythm even to this point, because 8 months of living like that, like I was a different person. I was a zombie. And then eventually the last 6 months or so, that changed because we had to close down the cop we were at. We moved to a different cop, and now it was a smaller area, a smaller cop itself. And so we were able to kind of relax a little bit. It was still not fun, but we were able to take a breath and like have an actual kind of life.
How were you and Heather communicating when you were getting 4 hours off a day?
Yeah, that would be part of it. We wouldn't talk every day. It would be like a once a week thing whenever I had a second. And then back then we had the scratch off cards, like the phone cards. So it was only via phone, and it was a line for the whole troop. So we would talk. Everything was great on the phone. Like if something came up that was halfway hairy or something we didn't want to talk about, we just push that down. So yeah, we got effective at communicating how much we loved each other and the little things that were going on in each other's life. Haha, everything's good there, good. Everything's good there, good. And then we'd hang up. And there was 2 deaths in the family that happened while I was there. And my grandma died, who I was pretty close with, and my Heather told me, and it was almost a physical thing where I was like, well, I can't feel that right now. And I immediately shoved it down into the pot, locked it up, and said, okay, we'll deal with that later. And then her stepdad passed away, and it was the same thing. I was like, I'll do what I can for you, but mentally I was like, I can't deal with that. And so that was kind of the first few times in my life where I started to lock away emotions and say, oh, we'll get to that later, and then never really deal with it.
Yeah.
And so that was an ongoing thing I dealt with.
Do you think, did that, how do I put this? So you guys are processing or not processing these deaths separate from each other.
Yeah.
Which obviously it's detrimental, right? Because you're always, once you get into a marriage, right, you are together.
Right.
You're always growing forward in some direction, but if you're not doing it together, you're doing it apart.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that had any kind of effect on you guys having to like be separate during that, and then kind of having to internalize that because you weren't there? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I've never thought of that.
Okay.
And that, as you're saying it, I believe that is something that probably has affected how we've dealt with other stuff that's gone on in tragedies. And yeah, because those 2 deaths, Stephen's death, which, we talk about later, and the only death, I guess, that we were together for was the death of our daughter, which, yeah, I mean, we were used to doing it on our own. So the rift was kind of already there. We didn't know how to act around each other, probably. That is a great point. I've never thought about that, but it did. It set us up that we had our own ways of either grieving or not grieving or whatever else. And when we were together, even though we had experienced a lot of loss, it wasn't until the last loss kind of that we experienced that we were trying to help each other out. So we were new at it, even though we shouldn't have been.
So they're trying to kind of come together with that. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was a long trip. Once it was over, I want to say it was 2009. I don't even remember what dates, but it was about the time that the surge was kind of ending. Things were looking a little better, and I was finally like, okay, going to go back to Iraq probably, but I don't think I think the main fighting stuff is over with. At that point, I was really starting to be done with it's not bloodlust, but what do you call it? Where you want to prove yourself and you want to see how you act in war. I was like, okay, I got my taste. I'm fine.
I know who I am now.
Yeah, exactly. And so after that, got home and we started living our life, Heather and I. And it was around that time, right after the deployment, my brigade of 4th ID was the last brigade to move to Colorado, because all of 4th ID moved to Colorado except for this was the last one. And after our last deployment, they were moving too. So we got the opportunity to either move to Colorado or stay here. If we were staying at Fort Hood, we'd have to move to a different unit. I was like, well, our whole family's here, so let's just stay here and move to a different unit. And moved to 3rd ACR, Armored Cav Regiment. And that's when we kind of started to think about the kids. And we were like, now's the time. The thing we realized is she had always had different issues with that sort of thing. She had endometriosis, really hard cycles and menstruation and stuff. And to a point where she had had a surgery to remove polyps and things like that. And so when we started thinking about having kids, we knew it might be a little tricky, but we were ready, and everybody, doctors and stuff, were like, "Oh yeah, y'all be good to go." After a few years of not having any contraceptives or anything, we still didn't have a kid, and so it started to become something where we're like, "Man, what's going on?" And throughout this, I'm still doing the Army stuff and trying to figure all that out. I was not a fan of 3rd ACR, really just because it was so different. It was a scout squadron attached to an infantry brigade, has its own thing. It's all scouts. We all do scout stuff. And then at 3rd ACR, the whole regiment is cavalry. And so they mash everything up. And so we had a troop, which is a company size element, that had 2 tank platoons and 2 scout platoons. And they were like hunter-killer teams to each other. And I had no idea what was going on. I was like, I don't like this at all. Like, we've got tanks in the motor pool. I've never even seen a tank in person, even though, same MOS kind of. These dudes have a totally different vocabulary, lifestyle. They don't know any scout stuff. It's all tanker things and gunneries and stuff. Now I have to participate in that. I just was not a fan. And then dealing with all that while Heather at home is going through surgeries and us trying to figure out, what's causing us not to be pregnant and things like that. It led to a situation where I was done. I was like, there's got to be something better than this in the Army. I'd already re-enlisted, and also I was like, I don't think I want to get out yet. I don't even know what I want to do with my life. And so I was like, there's got to be something better. And while I was at the unit I deployed with, a guy named Dustin Bishop, he and I, good friends, and we both read the book Inside Special Forces. And that was like the early stages, I think, of Afghanistan and Iraq, and just how SF was just a reporter embedded with SF. And we were like, whoa, what is this? This is crazy stuff. Who are these guys? And it was like a pipe dream kind of thing. Like, man, they're awesome. There's no way we could do it, but those guys are awesome. And he had moved to Colorado with the rest of 4th ID, and he was like, hey, going to selection. I was like SF, like Special Forces selection? He's like, yep, I'm going. And that stuck in my mind. I was like, man, if he's going, like, I could do that. If he's doing it, I could do it. And that was kind of starting to paint the picture of, I could always try that. I was, I think, 28 at this point, a little older. Then I started feeling like if I'm going to do it, I need to do it now. Like, I don't want to get too old. And so that was in the back of my mind. And then short story about the straw that broke the camel's back. This unit they were all about people's folders, like their personnel folders. Like, as long as a platoon had everybody's folders with NCOERs, PT card, weapons qual, all that stuff exactly how the troop wanted it, they were the golden boys and everything was good. Even if that platoon was just totally messed up, all those things were lies And it was all about these folders, and it was just a big farce. And I was like, what is going on here? And I hated that part. I hated the fact that we weren't doing scout stuff at all. We were just, doing tanker accessory part type stuff. And so I was just wanting to kind of move on and see what's next. And so I was at E5 at this point, and I was finally like, all right, I need to go to the E6 board. And because after this amount of time, I felt like I knew enough, and I was, again, sure enough about my thought process and the way I wanted things to work, that I was like, if I become an E6 and now I'm a squad leader, almost platoon sergeant, I can start running things myself. So I was like, okay, I'll be E6. So told my platoon sergeant, like, I want to go to the board. And it's already getting too long. The training room NCO, give him my packet to go to the board. And he's like, Roger, got it. Everything's good. Get in my class A's, walk into the board. Sergeant Koch presenting to the president of the board type thing. Sergeant Major's like, I don't have your name on here. Who are you? And on the list of people who are supposed to be in the board, who they have file folders for, I wasn't on the list. And he's like, get out of here. Kicks me out of the board. So I go immediately to the training room NCO, and I'm like, hey, this is what happened. Do you have my packet still? He's like, nope, don't have it. Got my platoon sergeant, came in there, and I was like, this is what happened. I'm pretty sure he didn't turn it in, kind of thing. And he was looking through his desk drawers, and he found it, like in his desk drawer. My folder that he had told me that he had turned in. And I was like, okay, fine. Everybody makes mistakes. Got it. I want to go to the E6 board next month. Like, I already got everything ready. Let's just make it happen. And shorter story shorter, he does the same thing. And I get kicked out of next month's board, except this time the sergeant major knows who I am, is like, what the heck is going on? Get your first sergeant in here. I have to go find my first sergeant, who has an E5 in a regular Army unit. I'm like, oh, great. And we both get yelled at by a sergeant major. He then yells at me, not really knowing what for, or kind of, just because he thinks he has to. And I call Heather as soon as I'm done getting yelled at. I'm like, all right, I'm going to come pick you up. We're going to go to the SF recruiter's office on Fort Hood. We're going to watch whatever video, listen to them, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to sign up to try to go to selection. She was like, okay. And then so she goes to the recruitment. I guess it was a presentation with me. And these dudes, again, think it's like 2009, maybe. These dudes are war, weary veterans. Like, they have been in the thick of it for a hot minute. And so these dudes are like, not really talking us into getting into SF. They're like, yeah, you'll get a lot more money, and you'll learn a lot of cool shit, but I don't know one guy that hasn't been shot. And my wife's like, what? You want to do this? And the other guy, kind of the leader of the recruiter's office, is like, oh, he's just kidding, whatever. He's like, nope, I'm retiring next year. I'm done with this stuff, whatever. And they kind of like pushed him off to the side. And they're like, no, if you want to come on over. But I was already still like, I'm done. I'm done with 3rd ACR. I'm done with regular Army. There's got to be something better than this. I'm going to try to do that. I said I wanted to, so I'm going to do it. And so signed the paper right there. Didn't tell a soul in my troop until they got the orders, because I didn't know this, but the orders come through the company area. So I get a call from my first sergeant like, hey, I got orders on my desk. What is this all about? Cat's out of the bag, I tell him. And crazy thing that I started to remember was everybody there was like, oh, that's cool. Anyway, when you get back, once you fail, here's what's going to happen. And I literally had a dude, it was a E6 in my platoon, that looked, he's like, finally my platoon sergeant, gets word that I'm going. He says it in front of people, And this E6 turns and looks at me and goes, "You're going to selection." I'm like, "Yep." He goes, "You're not going to make it." Just straight up. And it may be something that he had in his background. I don't know what. But I remember this, and I remembered it during selection. And that was one of the things that pushed me through. I had a conversation with my company commander, who, again, as an E5, like, you don't talk to your company commander too often. He pretty much said the same thing, just in a more astute, collegiate way. He was like, okay, so the odds are you're not going to make it through. So don't think too much about, because at the time I had just been the NCOIC. I stood up their COIST team, which is a company intelligence support element or something like that. So I'd done all this stuff. I was in charge of this new specialized thing. They had put some training into me and stuff like that. So I went to him. I was like, "Hey, I know I just went through all this stuff. I'm sorry, first of all, because I didn't let you know about this beforehand, but this is something I've always wanted to do." He's like, "Just slow down a little. You're gonna be back. So once you get back, same sort of thing. You're not gonna make it, kind of thing." And I took that and I buried it in, with everything else. My hatred of 3rd ACR. These people said that I wasn't going to make it. And that's how I went out into selection. And no joke, I put my 3rd ACR patch in my patrol cap. And every time that I was like, "Man, I don't know if I could do this," I would look at it. I would get it out and look at it and be like, "Can't go back to that," and keep going. And
that's a good trick.
Yeah, seriously. I can't be the only one that has done that. But yeah, land navigation, when you're out in the woods by yourself alone, like crying. I'm not too embarrassed to say that I guarantee more people than just me and the people that I've heard in the woods are crying in the middle of the night. Adult men at Special Forces selection crying in the middle of the woods.
That was my point.
It would be one thing or another. You'd just be so exhausted and so lost. And mine was, I had walked into, because you can't have a light on while you're walking, and it's the middle of the night in the woods. I just walked into a spider web, felt the spider go into my shirt, and now I can't find him. Yeah, those big banana spider things. And while I was dealing with that and trying to get it off me, I stepped into a burnout log stump hole and fell over. I wasn't hurt enough. It all came to a head, and I was like, started crying. And I was like, "All right, get it together," which I did. Anyway, another thing was pulling out that 3rd ACR patch in the middle of those type of situations and being like, "I cannot go back to that." And then just pushing myself a little bit harder. And I got to a point, I read a book before I went, How to Get Selected. And besides kind of the workout in the back, the one thing I do remember is the thing they said through the whole book was cast or tab. And so that was my mindset. I was like, you're either going home with a cast or you're going home with a tab. And yeah, so I just kept going. And it reminded me several times throughout the 3 weeks or however long it was of the spur ride that I had gone on, where I was like, I can push harder than I think I can push. And the fact that I know that there's a med truck right here and cadre right there, if I do go down, which I've seen a couple of people go down, I know how fast it is. So I really don't have to worry about, kind of leaving a little bit in my tank. I can push all of it out and just see how well I do. And then as long as you, again, don't quit and just have that mindset, at least for me, that's how I made it through.
You learn so much about yourself in those situations.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like I'm a sucker. I'm a cheesy, I guess. I'll watch all the TV shows where they got these fake selections and stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's just cool to me to see. Maybe it's the psychological aspect, but it's just cool to me to see, like, when sometimes it clicks with people and you can see it. And like,
yeah.
Like I said, you just learn so much about yourself, and
sure.
They just understand a lot, or you as a person going through it just understand, like, I guess really what you're made of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's because you never know how you're going to react in a situation. You can train for it all day, prep for it all day, but you never know how you're actually going to react until you're in the situation. And then on the other side of it, you're like, oh, well, I guess I'm the guy that reacts like this. Good to know.
Exactly. Yep. And you're absolutely right. And the 3 different areas that, like the individual week, land nav, team week, it's like another aspect of yourself comes out in all those things. And as looking back as a cadre, that's what you're looking for, is like to assess not just how you react in this situation, but how you react in that one and that one. But yeah, it was wild going through it. Just see who you are when you've got unknown standards that you're trying to meet, just the best you can. Do the best you can. Whenever you're in the middle of the woods, land navving, and you're scared and you're probably lost, how are you going to react then? And then while you're working with the team, like how you're going to react then. And it's a little different, and it's wild to see. Like, I don't want to say that I didn't like who I was in those situations, but you definitely learn who you are to a point where you're like, oof, that quality, like I should probably either tamp that out or learn to not do that. And so that was cool too.
Yeah, that's definitely, like, it's a double-sided thing, but there's kind of equal value there. Like, you understand
for sure
your good qualities, so you're like, okay, I can trust myself, a little bit more. But you also, like you said, if you're being honest and being humble about it, you're like, I should tighten this up, because that is not a good reaction.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and there was both of those, and I knew I made it all the way through, but I was still surprised whenever the dude was like, all right, here's your stuff. You did fine through this. You did okay through this. You're selected, because they always try to make it as like low key as possible. They're not like high-fiving you or anything.
Yeah.
But even when he said it, I was like, I had to check my name on there to make sure he knew who he was talking to and stuff. I was like, man, awesome. Okay. All right. I did it. And at the very, very end, the last week, I think they gave us our cell phones. I want to say I still had like a Nokia type cell phone, so I wasn't able to text or anything yet. So I called Heather and I was like, I did it. We did it. Because she was integral in the preparation beforehand, because for the 6 or 7 weeks before I went, like, I was gone. After I got off work, I would come home, eat, put on my boots, go ruck, or go do this or go do that. So, and we talked about it beforehand, like, are you going to be okay with this? And she's like, yep, you got it. And so we shared that happy moment of like, I made it. They selected me. And then started the process of like, okay, how do I get back to Bragg to go to the course? And I realized that, again, I was so ignorant about the whole process. A lot of people at selection had either been before or they were at Bragg, and so knew kind of the process. I wasn't even airborne. I didn't even know about most stuff airborne. I never cared one way or another if I was airborne or not. And so I thought once I was selected, I was like, all right, cool, man. What's next? What team am I going on? What do I got to do? So I was clueless about what the next stage of life kind of looked like. And so it was cool at the moment. And I think that ignorance helped just us enjoy the fact, like, man, like, we set out to do this thing. I got selected. I accomplished this task, and it was hard, and it's awesome. But yeah, we didn't really plan for the next part of it.
It's very cool that you guys got to kind of walk through that together, man.
Yeah,
definitely. It's really, really cool. Because, and I think just, this is outside looking in, armchair analysis, but I think it probably contributed, my opinion, it probably contributed to the fact that you guys are still together.
Yeah, definitely.
Because, and I'm sure we'll get into it, but you know very well how the job takes over.
Yes.
And so I think if I had to guess, I would say you guys walking through that, the prep and everything together and kind of sharing that, probably played a pretty big role, whether it felt like it or not, with you guys kind of just staying cohesive. And
yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. And it's been awesome because, yeah, you're right. A lot of people don't make it And it's hard to see after all the time that they just can't make it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a break, man.
Yeah. I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, awesome. I want to take just a second to thank you for listening to The Rugged Path. We truly appreciate every person who listens. Now, if I can talk shop for just a second, I've got a favor to ask if you're getting anything out of any of these episodes, and that is to please subscribe on whatever platform you prefer and leave a review. Now, I know everyone asks that, so let me kind of give you a little peek behind the curtain in case you don't understand why everyone asks that. So everything's based on algorithms these days, right? Especially these social media platforms and podcast platforms and things like that. So the more subscriptions and reviews a podcast has, the more that algorithm decides that what that podcast is saying is relevant, and it will therefore push it out to a wider audience. So what that means is, as much work as we do on this end of things, really trying to put together stories that will impact people and bring other people to their faith, you can have just as much of an impact by just subscribing and leaving a review, just letting that algorithm know that what we're doing matters and is having an impact. It'll then push out to a wider audience, and more people will have an opportunity to hear the stories and come to Christ. So if you wouldn't mind doing that, we would greatly appreciate it. Either way, we greatly appreciate you listening, like I said. And if you personally just want to get a little bit more involved, go over to the website. It's theruggedpathpodcast.com and sign up for the newsletter. We'll send something out twice a month, every time there's an episode that releases. And there's just a little bit more extra stuff in there that you might enjoy. Either way, again, thank you sincerely for listening. And if any of these episodes have had an impact on you or you think would help someone that you know, please share it with them. Okay? Let's get back to it. All right, man, back from the break.
Yep.
So we left off, you gotten selected.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you'd moved into the Q course yet, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess let's just pick up there.
Yeah, for sure. So on the way to, got back to my unit, I'd actually, in land nav, I think, had fractured both my feet. So yeah, I ended up going to the emergency room. Was the first thing off the plane from North Carolina. I went on post to the emergency room with Heather, and they did x-rays and like, yeah, your feet are all busted up. So I had to get like those boots on and had crutches and stuff, and not purposely, but that's how I went back to my unit. And they were like, see, you didn't make it. And they saw me on crutches and they were like, oh, at least you tried hard and stuff. And I was like, no, I made it. They're like, wait, you made it and you're hurt? And at this point, it was weird because everybody's dynamic changed.
Mm-hmm.
I was now the company commander's best friend. He was like, man, I was going to go to selection, but in my career progression, the first sergeant who was yelling at me about the board fiasco was now like, oh, I'm going to take a picture and I'm going to send it. This is how all guys should come back from selection and all this stuff. Anyway, it was a whole thing. And I was like, it's not fooling me. I'm like, I'm glad I'm getting out of here and I'm ready to get out of here. So I had to go to jump school in between.
Were your feet still fractured?
So it was a month later. So, and at that point, I didn't want to like stop the process.
Mm-hmm.
So they were still probably pretty messed up. I was out of the boots and stuff like that, and I was running, but I was not 100% in jump school. And jump school was another thing where I was like, this is stupid. Like, why are we doing this instead of that? Why are we doing this instead? And at that point too, because I had been selected, I was starting to think like, actually, I know what I'm talking about. So this is stupid. And so I started getting a little more, high on my own supply of my opinion. Wasn't turning into too much of a jerk or anything, but I was not being, just a regular good soldier or a good follower, I guess. Anyway, I had a rough time at jump school just because the second jump I was on, first jump was amazing. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the coolest thing I've ever done. Second jump, I oscillated right at the end, and my parachute landed before I landed, and I just slammed on the ground, but didn't get knocked out, and I was not willing to stay there any longer than I had to. So the third, fourth, and fifth jump, I couldn't even move my neck. I was like this. I was trying to hide it from people the whole time, so it was just rough. And went back to Fort Hood, packed up, came to North Carolina, and through the course, or started the course in, I want to say August or September. And it was, I think they do it on purpose. The first thing you do is, they call it CLT. They might call it something different, but it's your leaders courses, like your ALC, your WLC, all the stuff you have to do is the E5, E6. They try to get it out of the way. It's all classroom stuff. It's out at Camp McCall, away from prying eyes, because those cadre they love what they do, and what they do is break people down. And so I think they do that to kind of separate the wheat from the chaff right off out of the gate. It was bad to see. I mean, it was sad to see that people that were just as excited as you had gotten through selection, like 2 days into the Q course, are getting kicked out or quitting. And I was like, man, this is going to be a long 18 months. And it was tough, because really that was more so than before. That's when the imposter syndrome really started setting in, because you are around a bunch of dudes that have been selected that seem like they've got it more together than you do. So I had to pretend like I had it together. And there wasn't anything that I was like by the skin of my teeth or anything. I did just fine through the course, but the whole time I was like, one day these guys are going to figure out that I'm not as good as they are at all this stuff. I got to try harder, all that. And so I really started doubting myself and trying to hide it. And that was also the time I started drinking a little more again, just because it was a stressful time. Everybody in the course was either in an apartment or some temporary housing or something. So we were all kind of living in the same apartment complex. So it was just, when we weren't training, we were partying. Heather and I still went to church and stuff, but I was, once again, half in, half out kind of thing. And that one, it'll be a reoccurring theme where I get kind of enticed by the world and start down that path, and God will bring me back to where I should be. But went through the course. It was difficult for me. People say like the selection and the course are like, oh, it was easy. I always say that those people are either lying or they're way better men than I am, because it was difficult. The whole thing was difficult. Learned Russian through the course. Got pretty good at it. Granted, that was 15 years ago. So when you hit me with the Russian at the beginning, I had a short circuit. Right? Yeah. But I really felt that imposter syndrome up until around the end of MOS phase. So the last two parts of the course were finishing your MOS, what you're supposed to do, which is, mine was 18 Bravo, weapon sergeant. And then you go to Robin Sage, which is the cumulative culmination exercise, whichever one of those words, CULEX. And so about then, I started realizing, like, man, I'm firing on all cylinders. I'm getting this, and it's easy, it's fun, and people around me started seeing it too, in the way that during our Bravo course CULEX, they do a thing throughout the entire course. You might be aware, but for those of you that don't know, they have pinks and blues. So they have the people going through the course with you, the students, they have to rank everybody in the course with them, and the top one or two get a blue card, and you have to explain why they're the best. And the bottom two get a pink card, and you have to explain why they're the worst. And so every iteration of whatever happens during the course, somebody may, if they get more than one iteration, get a couple of pink cards. They may get kicked out just on that alone. Pretty crazy, but it works well on really seeing who the students are when you're not around as a cadre. Makes sense. Anyway, started getting some blue cards, and people started looking to me for how to get things done. And I started saying, oh, all right, this is pretty good. And by the end of Robin's stage, I really felt for the first time in the 2 years, 18 months that I had been through this whole process, I was like, I get it. Not only do I get it, but I'm pretty good at this. And started really saying to myself, like, this is going to be fun. Being a Green Beret is going to be awesome. I'm going to love it. And so Robin's stage is over. Everything's great. We got you got like a week or so until you get your orders to what group you're supposed to go to. And then you go to graduation. And it ended up taking a long time for a lot of us Russian speakers to get our orders. And we were kind of wondering why, because we knew, everybody in the course, and Heather and I, we all knew that we were going to Fort Carson to 10th group because all Russian speakers had gone to 10th group because that's their area of responsibility. And we didn't know it at the time, but they were changing the area of responsibility between the groups. And so that's what was taking so long. They were having to print all these orders for all these Russian speakers to go to third group, which was at Fort Bragg. And once we got the orders, Heather and I, it was a total change for us. We were not expecting that. We were already looking at houses, and I had sold the vehicle I had, gotten a 4-wheel drive vehicle to drive in the snow.
Smart move.
Yeah. And I was thinking, man, how awesome it's going to be living in Colorado and all this other stuff. And then we get the news, hey, you're staying here at Fort Bragg in the pine trees and sand and all this stuff. And I was like, ugh, you got to be kidding me. And I didn't know it at the time, but third group was hot and heavy in Afghanistan, which Afghanistan had picked up. Iraq had kind of fallen off. And so we were kind of bummed at that. Tom and I have talked about it since then. Man, God's plan is so much higher than ours. And so while we're sitting here stomping our feet about a decision we thought would be what God wanted for us, he's thinking about ramifications way past that. We wouldn't be sitting here. Tom and I wouldn't have our Bible study that we go to. I wouldn't be at Grace. And I mean, you could what if game all through stuff. There's revelations and things God has identified in me, shown me, and worked through me that who knows? I mean, maybe it wouldn't have happened. But so we got stationed here at third group, and the blessings that I would take a whole nother episode just to talk about the blessings God had done just from that one difference. We were able to be stabilized here at Fort Bragg in this area from 2011 till now, 2025, which is or 26 now, right? Yeah.
26, yeah.
Which is unheard of in the military. We were able to really have some roots and have our son and just be in the same area for 15 years, which doesn't ever happen.
Yeah, you were able to do your schoolhouse time too and not have to move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it was awesome. That part was amazing. But yeah, got to third group right out of the course, and they had just gotten back from a deployment to Afghanistan, and I was high on my own supply, thinking like, I got my beret, it's nice and crisp. I'm going to walk in there and we're going to go get stuff done. And I get there, and it was very similar environment to what I had talked about going to Fort Hood, that unit right after I got from Korea, and that these guys were haggard. These guys had been going on deployments like 6 months on, 6 months off for years. Lost people, had, been in the thick of combat. And I can see that now. What I saw then was, man, what's wrong with these dudes? These are supposed to be Green Berets. These are supposed to be the, cutting edge, and they've got all these issues. They're out of shape. They're this, that. But looking back on it, they were, tired. So immediately I was like, okay, this might not be what I made it out to be. And I was bummed. I was a little bummed about it. I know now that was God showing me and telling me, this doesn't make you who you are. Being your piece of cloth on your head is not who your identity should be based around. And if you're not careful, it could be your idol. And so he was telling me that loud and clear. And all I could think was, I'm bummed that this wasn't as awesome as I thought it was going to be. And so the first several months at group were kind of like that. I was kind of, kind of bummed, just because they were normal dudes. They were normal guys. And things were different in terms of relaxed standards, and you could think more outside of the box. You could do things autonomously as a team. That stuff was all cool, but I was expecting, Rambo. Even though I'd been through the course and stuff, I was expecting them not to be just normal dudes with normal problems. And so I was a little let down, but I was learning a lot still. Learn a lot about what not to do, and what I was just learning a lot. It was like a fire hose coming at me. I'd always thought for most of my military career that even if you have a bad leader or someone above you that is terrible, you can learn from that. You just learn what not to do. And then when you get in that position, that's exactly the opposite of what you do, which it's not rocket science or something that nobody's ever said before, but I always thought that. I was like, okay, this guy is supposed to be in charge of me, but he clearly has some sort of drug problem. He, has been divorced this many times and doesn't do his job, but I can learn from that, and that I know the toll of what he's been through, and I can learn as a junior, like how to support somebody that might have problems or something like that. But yeah, it was rough. And then, not long after I got there was our first ramp up to a deployment. And so, deployed to Afghanistan in 2013. Let me see. It's like a year later, after all the dust had settled from, getting to group, leave, like moving and all that stuff. It was about a year later that we're like, all right, we're going to Afghanistan. And I had already been to Iraq, and that's my only experience. So I was like, it can't be much different than that. And I can't fathom how dumb that was to think that, because not only was I thinking it was the same in terms of like Iraq versus Afghanistan, like they should be similar, but I was also thinking like regular scout platoon versus ODA. It can't be that different, both of those things were vastly different. So got to Afghanistan, and it was, man, I felt naked almost, because how out in the kind of bad guy territory we were, just as a team, and an infantry uplift, which was like an infantry platoon that helped us with base defense and things like that. But also like autonomy. We could do whatever we wanted. As long as we could send it up the chain and make it look good, we could go out every day. We could go out once a month. We could go do whatever. And that was awesome, but also wasn't what I expected or what I was used to. So I was kind of floundering, like, what is my job in all this? What do I actually do? And I had a different senior than the one I was talking about before. This dude was amazing, great soldier, great Green Beret, great everything. He wasn't real great as a senior, in my opinion. Like, he didn't teach me anything. And I think that was just maybe the way things were back then. Or maybe it was just on that team. But the seniors of that team were like, all right, these guys, these new guys, they either figure it out or they get burned. Like, that's, us being tough leaders or tough love or whatever you want to call it. They wouldn't tell us how to do anything. They wouldn't show us anything. It was like, you got to learn it on the job. Otherwise, you're kicked off the team kind of thing. And that's when that imposter syndrome started kicking back in, where I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm afraid to ask him because if I do, he's going to get mad. And like, so I would start doing things. It wouldn't be the right thing. And I'm like, man, and that in a situation where you're like in the stuff, with actual firefights, with actual dangerous stuff going on around you, that was a tough place to be too. I felt pretty alone, except, so me, another guy that we got to the company about the same time, and then we had a guy I had gone through the course with, Stephen New. He, right before we deployed, he had was an addition to our team. He was a National Guard guy, which they can pretty much jump on whatever deployments they want. And so he jumped on our team's deployment as a medic. And so us three, we got each other. Like, we were all three new guys. Steven and I had actually gone through SERE together. Yeah, and we were on the same SERE team, 4-man team. So we had seen each other at our worst, while we're getting beat up or running through the woods or, getting sprayed by fire hoses while we're naked or whatever. We were right there next to each other. You get pretty close that way. And so I was like, cool. So us three kind of, at the end of the day, we would work out together, we would hang out together, and we would talk about how dumb a lot of the stuff that was going on was. Just venting more than anything. And so yeah, we were kind of inseparable for a while. And then the deployment itself, again, it was, there was some hairy stuff that went on, and there were some hairy areas. It was the closest I had come to actually, seeing my life flash before my eyes kind of thing. But it wasn't like 24/7. It wasn't like, at all times we were at war, like ticks going off everywhere. It was just a regular flow, like, once a week. I don't know. But we had our base that we were in, we had moved into a base because it was there already. And we knew from the get-go that it was in a terrible spot tactically. It was more about money. The team before us had put some money into this one. It was a Russian plant that they had used to build a dam. It was right down the road from this place. And so it was in a valley with a river going right there, and then the place was right there. It was like a concrete making facility. I don't even know what to call it. And then the dam was right there. So if you think of a dam and then a valley and then our place right in the middle of it, we were in a bowl. We were right in the middle of the bowl, which from the very beginning we were like, this is stupid. Team before us was like, don't worry about it. Like, we've never been hit in this place. We've got an A&A place over here. This town that's on this mount side right next to us, they're kosher. They're good with us. They love us. So don't worry about it. And at first, our team, like, all we did was worry about that. We were real heavy on base defense. We would patrol in that village or up that ridge line, just as a extended base control, base defense control. And then as the deployment went on, okay, yeah, nothing's happening here until it did. Our camp got attacked, came under fire, and it was one of those things that nobody really believed it until we were in the middle of it, because it was after dinner, and we were all standing out, getting ready to go work out at our little camp, gym. It looked like a jailhouse gym type thing, and you start hearing cracks. And the first thing everybody thought, we had a gun range down near the river. We would shoot into the bank. We're like, somebody down at the range? Like, who's firing right now? And then all of a sudden, everybody at the same time realized that that was the beginning of some sort of attack or ambush. And so we all run to get our stuff on. And then Steve was the medic, and there was already a lot going on, but on the radio, the infantry guy in the Tower 1 that was right there by the village going up the mountain had gotten hit. So without putting his gear on or anything, he grabbed his aid bag and immediately in his ranger panties just went to provide aid. And then we didn't know that at the time. We were still getting all our stuff on, getting to our positions, doing our base defense plan. And we're like, hey, or somebody on the radio was like, we need a stretcher in Tower 1, and that Steve's down. We're like, no, Steve went there to help the dude that was down. It must be one of the infantry guys. They must be confused or whatever. So we still had to get the stretcher there. So we run the stretcher from covered position across while other people are firing Gustavs and everything we got up this mountain. And then whenever I get there to the tower, me and a couple other dudes, it's Steven. And it was wild. I'll never forget it, obviously, but the physical slap in my face I felt almost whenever I was going up there expecting to render aid to one of the infantry guys. And I look up and it's Steve, and he is absolutely, dead, deceased. And from that moment on, I would say from that moment on, in the deployment, as well as maybe some time after that, I was a zombie. Like, I did not expect it, and I didn't take it real well. And so I still did everything I was supposed to do. Backing up a little bit, I've talked about this once before, but he was the medic, so this was a mass cal event. He wasn't the only one injured. And so we had the infantry platoon had a medic. He was in over his head a little bit. He's a great guy. He did what he could, but he was just as shell-shocked as I was about the whole thing. And so pretty much out of wanting to stay and do something about Steve, I was like, I got the CCP, and I sent somebody else to do my position on the base defense plan. And then me and this medic, like, pretty much handled the casualties. And I was handling, triaging, really. So the guy with, a chunk of his arm missing because he got shot in the arm, we'll deal with him. This guy who's shot in the leg or wherever he was shot, we'll deal with him. This guy's got shrapnel, we'll deal with him. And that was kind of the strangest part, is the triage process skipped over Steve, even though he was the worse off, because I knew in my, training brain that he was gone. But in my friend brain, I was like, there's got to be something we can do. Once I get done with all this, we're going to focus on him. And man, that was rough. I had to wait a long time for the medevac because the area was still hot, and it just a lot of confusion, a lot of stuff that I'm sure happens on pretty much every 9-line type situation, like true emergency medevac situation. But it just made me think, like, what the hell is going on? You know, like, get the bird in, let's get him off because somebody can save him. Like, it looks to me like he's not there, but maybe I'm just not thinking straight. So we sent him off on the medevac, and I wouldn't say we took it out on the village, but we did go talk to the village and as a team, which it was tactically what we should have done because the fire and all the stuff was coming directly from that village, whether they had anything to do with it or not. Yeah, it was just a rough time all around. And then for the next few days, like, I remember them, but I don't think for like 3 days that I ate or slept. Like, literally, I was in total shock. And we were still, what's crazy about those situations is it's not like you're, oh man, let's take a timeout, let's take a knee. You're still, having to go, there's still a dangerous situation that possibly at any point in time, that could have been just the beginning of something else going on. We had to go on missions. We had to take care of stuff. And so that one was a big one that I had to eventually kind of shove into a compartment and lock up. But at that point, emotionally, like, I think I was just out of emotions, or I had turned off all my emotions. And so there was no joy, there was no fear, there was no sadness, there was nothing. So that's how it was too for a while. So yeah, I was not a asset for the rest of that deployment. I will say it. I was just doing my job. There was more stuff that happened, more things that we got into, but I don't think I should have been there. If I was honest with myself, I should have said, hey, I got to take a knee, or I got to do something else. But I was definitely not an asset for the team. And yeah, that was my first deployment with SF. And so I was like, dude, this is not what I thought it was going to be, even more so. And then, getting off that deployment, it was relieving because that was, again, the closest I had come to actually having something happen to me personally, and then having that huge thing happen to us as a team. And, to me as his friend, I was relieved. And I was, again, I don't know how people just love going to war, or love, like, oh man, I wish I could go back to combat or go back to whatever. I do not want to do that anymore. And that's my honest opinion, and that was my honest opinion then. But I can't say that. I'm a brand new weapons sergeant Green Beret off his first, deployment with SF. I can't say that I'm done. I can't say that, like, I need to take a minute or anything like that. So it was like I had to shove it, all the emotions I had to shove down, and I had to, like, pretend that everything was good, and I need to, for career progression, or I want to go to this school, I want to do this thing. And there was years that I didn't care anything about any of that. And the main thing that kept me going was the fact that I didn't want to be detrimental to the team or to other guys. So really that was my only motivation, which it helped keep me from being a detriment to the team, but that was it. Like I definitely wasn't an asset. At home, wasn't an asset. And that was really when I decided that, okay, I cannot deal with this stuff. So once I got home, so now I'm going to use alcohol to keep me from worrying about it. Temporary fix, I'm just going to do it for a little bit until I can get to a place where I can take a breath and like actually deal with this. That's what I told myself. So once I did get home though, through all of this, Heather and I were still dealing with infertility. And by this point, we had been off birth control trying to have kids for, I want to say 5 years, 4 or 5 years. And she had had surgeries, like I said, and even I had had surgeries. So I had varicocele, which is like a bundle of veins in your testicles. And not to get too crazy, but this does get crazy. What they do is having that blood flow all in your, testicles, is that warms them up to a point where it's not a good environment for sperm. So my motility was low and my sperm count was low. And looking back at that, it wasn't just the varicocele that was causing that. The environmental toxins, the not living very cleanly and all that other stuff. There's a bunch of things that affect fertility. And so, but I did get that taken care of. I got a surgery right before deployment. We didn't have a chance to, see if it worked. But I had gotten back from deployment. Heather had one more surgery. And then we were still going to church through this in between deployments and stuff. So our church at the time did the Daniel fast or the Daniel plan. I forget what it's called, but it was a church-wide Bible study where you try to follow how Daniel eats, and it's supposed to like show you biblically. I think it's more about fasting than it is like real like health stuff, but it's turned into something where people use it for healthy benefits. And we definitely saw healthy benefits because just cleaning up that little bit, our diet, and the few surgeries that we had after the fact, we got surprised and got pregnant. And it was the first time that, joyous. Heather was absolutely ecstatic. We'd been trying for so long. And I remember looking at her when she showed me the stick. I was like, I should be happy right now. I should be joyful. And I was like, I don't feel anything. And it was the first time I really came face to face with, there's something going on. Like, it's probably what I thought, that all these things I had pushed down for so long had kind of made me where I couldn't feel anything. And so another time that I'm kind of putting on a mask and being like, awesome, yes, this is great. I love it. Which I did, I really wanted to be happy and it was exciting, but I just couldn't feel it. I couldn't see it.
Do you think Heather could tell?
I don't know because at this point, we hadn't spent a lot of time, like long periods of time living together. Okay. Because throughout our marriage, all this stuff like Korea, and then at Fort Hood, training all the time. And it just wasn't something we were just together without there either being an impending thing that's going to happen or just getting back and trying to reintegrate each other. We communicated well because of, talking on the phone and being apart so much, but living life together and like getting to a point where we're both in tune, I don't think it had happened yet, which is crazy because by this point we were married 9 years. Yeah, it was, and it sounds incredible, but we were actually kind of blessed with the amount that we were together throughout my military career, and it still wasn't that much. I'll have to ask her. Maybe she did. Maybe she did, and just thought eventually I would get there. What started to happen was that she started kind of making excuses for me for my lack of emotion, and I think one of the main things was like, oh, he's like that. He doesn't get real happy or get real sad about things. And I would always say like, oh, I'm just assessing to see, what would happen or what needs to happen after the fact or before. It was all just trying to cover up the fact that I'd broken myself in some way. At least that's the way I felt. And then the kind of nail in the coffin of that whole thing with me and my emotions or whatever. We were 6 months into the pregnancy, and her water broke, basically, without getting too technical into it. Her water broke, and we were like, we went, and they were like, yeah, the baby doesn't have any more amniotic fluid, and there's not much we can do but try to keep you as still as possible and just see how long she can make it. Maybe she can make it all the way through. We had just found out it was a girl. We had named her. We had names already because, after 6 years of not having a kid, we were prepared. And then going in like twice a week just to check on the millimeter of fluid or however much fluid is around her, and knowing that one of those, at least thinking that one of those trips they're going to do the ultrasound and there's not going to be a heartbeat. That was as wrecking as you think it would be. And then to actually go into one of those appointments and then that being the case where she didn't have a heartbeat, destroyed us. Just absolutely devastated us. I think that emotion was strong enough that I cried. I couldn't stop myself from crying. But even in that room, immediately when they told us, I felt myself start trying to swallow it down, put it down. And this time I was like, there's no way I can take care of Heather if I'm an emotional wreck. So I just started stuffing down that emotion again. It could have been in reality that, yeah, maybe I was doing it partially for that, but it was also partially because I didn't want to feel that. And so, the next, however, I don't even know really timelines at that point. I dealt with a good amount of stuff that I was just done with. I didn't care about work. I didn't care. The only thing I cared about was making sure Heather was good, that she was at least cared for, and she knew that she was cared for, and keeping my emotions contained, which at this point was getting, the only way I could do that was through drinking. Stepping outside our grief in this whole situation, we told each other, and we knew, didn't change our emotions, but we knew that God was in control of this. And I do remember, that was never the problem. It wasn't faith that he was in control. It was the emotion that came from it and the hurt, and which eventually, I didn't know it at the time, but now looking back, the anger at God, at everything that came from all that I didn't think that was what should have happened, either with Stephen or with Savannah. And I was mad about it. And I didn't feel like there was a way for me to show that I just had to swallow it. How can you be mad at God? And so at that point, I was keeping Heather afloat, I thought. And and my mental health was just down the drain. Like without um, without drinking and without having to tell myself all the time, like, you're going to get through this because you can't do anything, crazy because Heather is relying on you. Those were the things that kept me going. It wasn't, like, oh, we just have to see what God has on the other side of this. Everything happens for a reason, all that stuff. That wasn't computing at that point in time. It was be strong for her and put your emotions away for now. At work, they understood. I mean, they knew of the situation, and it was definitely something where they're like, take as much time as you need. So that was one good thing about being on this side instead of being in, regular Army, is at least you had people that kind of understood and saw things logically, and they're like, don't come back until you're ready to come back. Y'all fix yourselves. Not that way, not in a bad way, but y'all take the time to grieve, do whatever you got to do. We'll be here for you, but you do not have to come into work. Nobody's asking you to do anything crazy, so just do whatever you got to do. Over the course of a couple of months, Heather was kind of going down a little bit, and we thought, all right, I think maybe we can try to see if she wants to see a therapist, because she was having postpartum depression, or I think that's what it's called, postpartum whatever, as well as not having the baby. So like all the things were, everything reminded her of it. She was, her milk came in, and like, I know that sounds crazy, but to have that happen without having a baby there, it's just like a cruel joke. It feels like, just things that we were finally like, we're not taking care of this. We need to get you some help. And that's what, during the event we had last week, she was talking about that therapist was a Christian, and God put her in her life and our lives to help us start kind of the journey we're on now with cleaner living, because I forget exactly. I just wasn't comfortable with antidepressant drugs. And it honestly came from the fact it wasn't like I didn't get messed up, or like I didn't like the feel good of it, but the explanation didn't stand with me. I was like, so they're going to alter your brain chemistry. They can't tell you exactly how it works or what it does at all. They can't even tell you like what it does or what they're trying to do. And you expect me to take this, and like, that's just doesn't make sense to me, And so we went into it thinking like, we don't want her to be on any type of antidepressant. And we started thinking about, if we wanted to try to get pregnant again, which at the time I was like, nah, let's not do that yet. But this therapist said, okay, we don't have to do antidepressants. We don't have to do medication, but I am going to give you a prescription. It's going to be for leafy greens, and she explained like the vitamins that leafy greens give you and how they affect hormonal balance and like your moods and things like that, and a prescription to get exercise. And then she explained to Heather about how exercise raises your dopamine levels and gives you the feel-good stuff that you can start processing and get through your day. And so that was her prescriptions, were healthy eating and exercise, which was crazy. We had never heard anything like that before, and we were like, this is ridiculous, but we'll try anything at this point. And then lo and behold, like, I want to say that the next cycle, backing up a little bit, there was a whole nother part of that was kind of traumatic for me with Savannah. So I was like in a terrible spot. Heather was getting fixed. I was kind of holding her up while drowning, At least that's how I saw it. It was probably not at all like that. She was probably holding me up. But I was not wanting to have another kid at this point. I was like, no way. Everything in my body said, no, because something bad is going to happen. And then it came to a point where every moment of my life, I was thinking, what's about to happen? What bad is about to happen? And that came from a lot of different things, but most of the traumatic things that happened, it was, I don't want to say out of left field, but I mean, any traumatic thing is probably out of left field. But the whole time, it was when you were thinking like, ooh, something bad's about to happen. And it would happen. And through the pregnancy, I was like, man, I hope this doesn't happen. And then it happened. And so, yeah, at all times, I was like, something bad's about to happen again. And yeah, so Heather's eating healthy. She's getting exercise. We've taken care of our, surgeries and stuff like that. We're good. So as soon as her body's able, we got pregnant again. And neither one of us we weren't trying, and we didn't think it would happen. We weren't not trying, but it was one of those things where she was not as ecstatic as the first time, but she was happy. And instead of like trying to show emotion, I could do nothing but think, this is not what should happen. Something is going to happen, and this whole process is going to start over again. And so the whole pregnancy, unfortunately, that was my frame of mind. I was like waiting for something terrible to happen. So we would have, and I was almost a little angry. I was like, we're going to have to start this whole process over of grieving, of getting over it, of people stop feeling sorry for us and all this other stuff. And then, so that was Scout's pregnancy, which he's perfectly healthy 11-year-old kid. Didn't start out that way. A little past 6 months or the time of viability, Heather's water broke again. Premature rupture of the membrane that is around the baby. And it just confirmed what I had said the whole pregnancy. I was like, it's happening again. I cannot take this again. And being selfish and being a sinner and stuff, I made it about me. But so he was a little further on, though. And so there was still some hope. I refused to have the hope. I was always like, we're preparing for the worst. You hope for the best. I'm not hoping for the best. Heather, though, was like illogically optimistic about the whole thing. She's like, it's going to be fine. God's going to take care of us. God is going to make this work. And it was great for her. Made me mad, but it was probably good for me too. And then he was born early, premature. I want to say like 6 weeks premature. He was 4 pounds. People told us from the beginning, like, he's going to need some help. He's going to have some issues. He's going to, like, just developmentally as well as physically. And I was now ready for a lifetime of these, something bad's about to happen, kind of. And then crazy thing happened is we knew he was going to be a little sick at first, but we refused to let that be his life sentence. But what I mean by that is when people said that, Heather said from the beginning is words have power. People aren't going to speak over him like that and us believe it. So we are going to say the opposite. He's going to be healthy. He's going to be fine. He's going to be great. And so that became kind of our mantra. And in the NICU, in the neonatal intensive care unit, he was there for a couple of months, and we got to go in there, have touch time with him and stuff. And one of the, Heather started getting her breast milk in. We had to start storing it, and then we would bring it up to the NICU for them to feed him, because it was still something that, you couldn't touch him that much and all this crazy stuff. We got a chance to be up there and change his diaper. It was like a big thing. And so we open up the diaper and it's full of blood. And we're like, what the heck? And it was colitis. And what they came back with was, oh, well, he's got dairy, soy, every nut allergy, like probably all the allergies he's going to have. And that set us down the path. They were saying, okay, since he has all these allergies, we're just going to have to feed him the non-dairy formula for the rest of the time he's in the NICU, and then whatever. Instead, Heather was like, what? There's another option, is I can just stop eating nut, dairy, soy, all the other stuff. And they're like, people don't do that though. And Heather was like, well, we're gonna. And so we, at that point, started cutting everything that was dairy, soy, gluten, nuts out of her diet. And then we started looking at all ingredients, what they had in them. What is another name for soy? What do they call gluten, in those big long lists of ingredients? And that became pretty much all we did, was research ingredients, what we could have, what we couldn't have, and then go see Scout in the NICU. Come back home, research some more. We started watching documentaries, which they were great and they helped us, but they also scare you so bad. What the Health was one of the documentaries. And then Forks Over Knives was another one that basically show you that even whole foods, like with the glyphosate, glyphosate, I forget which way I said it wrong. But they all inflame you beyond, you're just a ball of inflammation pretty much if you're not eating a certain way. And that all leads to like dysfunction in your body. And that all came from us trying to take everything out of Heather's diet so Scout could have breast milk, which was the best thing for him in his, NICU state, in his preemie state. And once we started down that path, it was rough, but he started to thrive. He started to, he was in this percentile, in his head size or his weight and stuff like that. And he started trending upwards and getting to where he should have been. And we were like, we're on to something. And again, this is all mostly Heather. I was, like, hey, doing a great job and helping her research and stuff, but I was still just trying to keep my head above water through all this. And so we got to a point where he got out of the NICU, and besides having a couple of appointments for how big his head was, like he hasn't seen the inside of a doctor's office except for annual checkups and stuff pretty much in the last 11 years. He got his appendix taken out because of, we still don't know exactly what caused that. Although his grandma and Heather both had their appendix removed, which makes me think it's hereditary, but we don't know. And then last weekend, we took him to urgent care because he had lower back pain. We thought it might be a UTI or something, or a kidney infection. But besides that, he's never had antibiotics. He's not sick. He's not anything. As a preemie, and for 11 years, to say that, just to say he hasn't had an ear infection in his whole life, people are like, you're lying. And we're like, no, seriously. And it is 100% due to the diet and lifestyle changes that Heather championed, but God took us down that path to help him be healthy. Sometimes I think about it that God knew that I probably couldn't take another one of those. I doubt it was that, but I kind of laugh about it. But yeah, so everything was going great for them, and I was trying to keep up, and I just couldn't do it. That's whenever she, in between, as she was grieving the first loss of Savannah, and before we knew she was pregnant with Scout, she was drinking right along with me. We were kind of drowning our sorrows. Then she got pregnant and obviously stopped drinking, and everything was going great after the NICU. But for me, I didn't stop. I had to have that in my life in order to keep any emotions from coming out. And I saw that a few times, that there was a few times that I wouldn't drink, and I'd say, you know what, I'm done with this. I shouldn't have this in my life as a Christian or as a Green Beret. I started gaining weight, obviously. I started making bad choices in food, and I was just unhealthy. I was stressed out all the time, and I was ashamed as a Christian and a Green Beret. And so I would stop drinking, try to turn it around, and I'd be at work or somewhere, and something would well up in me, and I would start bawling. I'd have to like run out of the team room, get in my car, go home. And I was like, I don't know where that came from or why, but we can't have that. And so I'd either, start drinking again or just like try to push it back down. And it came to a head around 2018. I mean, there's a long time, kind of a long stretch of stuff that happened in between now and then, deployments, different things. But really the main thing is I started having really bad anxiety attacks and emotions that I could not control no matter what. And like crying emotions or just grief emotions. And I saw it. I felt it. My compartments, my pressure cooker, whatever you want to say, it was full and it was about to explode. And I knew I couldn't crush it down anymore. I couldn't push it down anymore. So I was like, I need some help. And about that time, it was the time that I went to selection to be a cadre, SFAS to be a cadre. It was good timing for a number of reasons, but this is really where I stopped being half in, half out of our healthy living journey, as well as my faith. I got out there and I told myself, like, I'm going to turn it around. For Scout at this point, he's 3 years old. I'm like, I can't be like this. He's going to start remembering stuff at this point. And for Heather and for God, I was like, I have to. God has blessed us too much. For as much tragedy as we've had, he's got twice as many blessings in our life. And so started seeing a behavioral health person, like a therapist, and went to the doctor there at Camp McCall just to get a blood panel and things done. And I was shocked at how terrible everything was. My cholesterol was through the roof. My cortisol levels were off the charts. I was 60 pounds overweight. My blood pressure was out of control. And so like on paper, they were worried. They were like, we got to get one of these things under control, or you're going to start having some problems. So at that point, I had been around and knew enough about cleaner living that I was like, give me 3 months. I didn't want to be on any pharmaceuticals, anything. I was like, give me 3 months. I just started this journey, so give me 3 months. If I'm still in this same condition, sure, I'll take whatever you give me. And so I started, I stopped drinking, and I started intermittent fasting. I started exercising more than just, what we had to do at work, and started praying daily. and doing my quiet times and stuff. And that alone changed my life physically and mentally to a point. There was still, my body was still holding on to things that I needed to deal with, maybe still do. But physically, like within a 3-month period, whenever I went back, everything had changed. My blood pressure was still a little elevated due to anxiety and stuff. Cholesterol was normal level. Cortisol was a manageable level. And I had lost, at that point, I think like 30 or 40 pounds in 3 months. Yeah, it was crazy. And he was like, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. I'm not giving you a thing. I was like, okay. And Heather was ecstatic, obviously, because I was all in wellness journey. I had stopped drinking, so there was none of the stuff we talked about way earlier, hiding booze, like, having 2 different lives and stuff like that. I felt better to be around Scout, like not being hungover or whatever else. And it was great. And that all those wins made me think, oh man, that was it. I had to take care of all those things and now we're good. And so I really, for a while, I didn't even, besides talk therapy a little bit once a week, talking about Savannah and Steve, I didn't really get to the root of some of my issues, my emotional issues. I should have knew something because I couldn't say Savannah's name or I couldn't talk about the situation with Steve. Like I couldn't get through it. I couldn't even say her name without, getting so emotional. I couldn't finish. Even then. And so, yeah, I really felt like things were so much better and like I was really going to turn things around and stuff, which I did. I started enjoying what I was doing at work. As a cadre, I was a land nav cadre, but that was the one position at SFAS where you actually taught something because you taught the land nav classes because people come to selection. Some of them are cooks, some of them are, whatever, and have never done land nav in their whole military career. So we wanted to give them equal opportunity once they got out there. So we had to give what we always thought and said the best land nav class in the entire Army so they could have the fighting chance to get through the course. And I dove into that and got to be a pretty good instructor. I think where I excelled in instructing is taking the kind of technical or really hard concepts to grasp and then turning them into something that people can understand and then replicate. And I loved it. I loved teaching these guys. And land nav was fun. Had a good time out there. And then once I got back to group, so I was out there for 3 years, kind of really going all into this cleaner living journey. Had tons of time off because in between courses, everybody there was kind of more senior, everybody doing their cadre time. And when we were off, like it wasn't like, come in, we got to clean weapons, or come in, we got to do formations. When we were off, everybody's like, don't freaking call me. I'm spending time with family. I'm doing my own thing. Unless there's an emergency, don't call me. And so, everything's going great. Right at the end, I guess this is a big part too. Right at the end of my time at selection, which I loved, it was 2021. So COVID started. COVID was happening. At this point, I was deep into our health and my body, and there wasn't pretty much anything that I was putting into my body that I didn't know every single ingredient for. Everything organic, everything, the works. We were doing it for Scout. We were doing it for ourselves. And then also it was good for us. So that's kind of how God was involved. It was like God was an asterisk at this point. I think looking back on it, like I mentioned in the seminar. Health was our idol at that point, and we knew, because we were so into it, that the COVID vaccine, they didn't even know really everything that was in it. They couldn't tell us what was in it. There was a lot of controversy around it and stuff, and I just did not feel right about it. And I was like, I could read the writing on the wall, and I was like, they're gonna turn this into something where we're gonna have to take it as soldiers. And went in to work and told my NCOIC, I was like, hey man, they're gonna make us take this thing, and if we do have to, I'm not gonna take it. Just warning you so you can have a buffer. But it was at that point he was like, no, they won't make us. They're not gonna make us. They're not gonna do a mandate or anything. Yeah, right. And at that point, I had to really take a look at what was giving us so much grief about it. It wasn't just the fact that we didn't know what was in it or, anything like that. And looking back on it, I think it was the Holy Spirit kind of stopping me personally and saying, why, what is health to you? Why are you being so healthy? And that pause made me really start digging into what it was about the COVID vaccine that was, making me think that way. And after praying, after fasting, after reading the Bible and really trying to get to the root cause of what was the road bump about that, was that this is God's temple. Like, our body is God's temple. And that's when I started thinking, man, we've been doing this health thing wrong. Us being healthy is our idol. And so we kind of we had that kind of hard conversation, started to reframe where we thought we were in terms of like God's plan and stuff. And it was kind of humbling, because the reason we had gotten healthy was something noble, we thought, like Scout's health. And it had turned into, just like all humans, we turned it into something where we were proud of ourselves for being so healthy. And because it was the right thing to do, like, we didn't have a qualm in the world about being proud about it. And so 2021 is when we really were like, wait, this is the real reason we should be doing this. We're very prepared to turn it around and make it about God's dwelling place on earth, our body, for the Holy Spirit. But that's not why we were doing it. We had to ask forgiveness. Like, man, sorry. This is anyway. So that was cool. The bad part about it was getting to a point mentally where all this good stuff that was, making me feel like everything was fine was starting to lose its luster. Like, you can only lose weight for so long. The blood pressure can only go down so far, and like all these things were making me feel like I was winning. It leveled out, which I was at a great weight. I was, all that stuff. But the stuff I hadn't dealt with started creeping back up, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. I thought I cured that through my, holistic living. So yeah, I started to have pretty good panic attacks, and then started to look into like they were trying to throw drugs at me, like, here's some this, here's some that, and I'm like, no. And so that's where I started getting into the herbal medicine a little bit, in that, and alternative medicine, that there was different things that you can do and take that might not take away the symptoms right away, but they would at least get your body, trending in the right direction, and holistically, kind of take away that dysfunction while you tinker with whatever toxin or whatever thing is going on in your life. So I, was trying all kinds of different things, and looking back on that, I think I was using that as the cure, instead of dealing with the stuff, like actually grieving, actually figuring out what the problem was with me personally. So I kind of lost the train of where I was.
No, you're good, man.
So 2021, all that stuff happening, got to a point where I was like, I'm willing to lose our career over this. I'd been in 16 years at that point. I was looking at the finish line. I could see the finish line of retirement. And I was like, I don't know. That was a tough time. I was like, should I just make this one exception and take the vaccine but it got to a point where I was like, no, it's right for some people. It was right for some people to take it and to continue their careers and stuff like that. But knowing what I knew and thought about this being God's temple and what God had shown to me about the fact that it wasn't what he wanted for me to do at that period of time. And if I would have still done it, I feel like it would have not been what his will was for me. And it turns out that way because I fought it. There was a lot of people in the military who did. We started signal groups. We started all this stuff. Everybody in different branches of service, just talking about how to not get around loopholes or rules or anything like that, but how to write religious accommodation requests and how this is what the AR says, or this is what the military documents say. And so whenever they are saying that you have to take this vaccine and they aren't giving you what's in it or informed consent or wherever else, that's actually illegal. Like a lot of people got together and it was a cool thing to see a lot of people thinking the same way and saying, wait, we got to stop. We can't, let them just tell us all we have to do this thing if it's not, what we want. And you'll hear a million different things about how you don't have that right to say that you don't want it because when you sign the dotted line, you gave your body up to the military. There's all kinds of stuff. People will, I don't know. There was a lot of people that were against all that at the time, and it was tough. But I do feel like we did the right thing, and I feel like there was a reason kind of standing up to that part of the military, that part of my career, kind of solidified the fact that, man, I have made this my idol. And this is breaking my heart that I feel like the Army and Special Forces or whatever was turning its back on me. Because after the years and years, the sacrifices I had made, the sacrifices others had made, they were willing to just say, if you don't do this one thing we say, even though it might not be 100% legal, we're going to kick you out. And that was, I feel like, God's way of saying, this isn't your identity, and this isn't who you are, and kind of, I don't know. The fact that it broke my heart, and I was so, just heartbroken because of that happening. It showed me, it was God showing me that you've let this take control of your life. And so that was good.
When you say that, are you talking about being a Green Beret? Is your
idol?
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily. I'd let being a Green Beret and being, Special Forces in the Army and the pride and honor of that, I'd let that become an idol and be my identity without really wanting it to be and without knowing it. It just crept its way into being something I was proud of, and that's who I was. That happened. And then eventually I put in a religious accommodation request. Eventually that got denied, but there was a rebuttal process. And really we were just kind of trying to see the timeline and to see if we could pull it out far enough that it would get close to my 18-year mark, where at 18 years, they're just basically going to let you retire. And lo and behold, the mandate was rescinded around that time period too. So I was like, okay, don't have to worry about that anymore. Now it's just project retirement. Like, that was my mission, was to retire. But when I got back to third group, as a mobility instructor for all of third group, it was, man, I fell in love with that job. I was teaching Green Berets how to do something again. It was value added. I was teaching them four-wheel drive, all the different vehicles that we're in, what four-wheel drive is, like how to use it. And then we would get into recovery. So using pulleys and ropes and different types of Spanish Burton, this, that, systems and stuff like that to create mechanical advantage. Like, I was teaching all this. It was outside all the time. You could like tangibly see somebody get something, set up a system, and then get a vehicle up a hill that wouldn't have got up a hill anyway. Or, I mean, if you hadn't have told them that. It was really rewarding, and it was teaching. So I just fell in love with the job. And so about 22 to 25 when I retired, just really enjoyed it, had fun, took over the mobility committee. And what happened in that time frame, that very small 3-year window, is I let it happen again. I let that become my idol again, because I enjoyed the job. I loved it. It was fun. It was something I could look forward to again. It put me in a place where I thought, oh man, I'm jaded. I hate the Army. I want to get out. They burned me, so I'm ready to leave. And all the while, I didn't realize that my soul had done something else. It had made an idol again. So come the time for retirement, I got out, and I'm expecting just to be so joyful and love life and just do nothing or whatever I wanted. And it was like the floor was ripped out from underneath me. Did not expect it. And I think everybody says that whenever they're retired. They're like, oh man, I wasn't the guy that, was going to have that happen. Started having massive panic attacks, like daily panic attacks. I started having issues where I thought I was, like, any little thing I felt, I was like, oh man, I'm having a heart attack. I'm doing this. And it got to a point where I was like, I'm going to have to get on some sort of medication. I don't want to, but there's nothing else I can do. Like, I'm as healthy as I should be. I'm not drinking. I'm not doing this. I need to maybe think about getting on some sort of medication. And Heather's the one that was like, no, you don't. There's always something we can do. And then she was like, just to start addressing the physical and physiological symptoms, let's do some of the stuff that we know about. And started every morning, as soon as I woke up, like even if it was in the 2:00 in the morning, sweaty, like anxious or whatever, I would do some sort of physical activity. Usually like 5, 6 in the morning, run a mile or two or something, and then that would stop that cortisol spike. And then I would eat like protein or something that would help your body think, okay, I'm satiated. I don't have to continue to hunt for my food. And then do something else, get out in the sun, put my feet in the grass, something to start having my body release, some sort of serotonin or dopamine or something like that. And then that way, what it did, it allowed me to start really focusing on like prayer, God, worship music and stuff like that while I was running and while I was like just loving everything God had given me. And so that started to slow those physical symptoms so I could actually start realizing or trying to figure out what was going on. And yeah, that's when I figured out, okay, this profession has become my idol again after so many times it's burned me. And the main thing, it was like a revelation to me, was all this time from all the things that had happened to me and all the times that I had said something bad's going to happen. It was me trying to hold on to control of my life. I was holding on to control for dear life. So there was a good and the bad to being able to, like being a Green Beret and being able to, on your own, figure out a way to succeed or figure out a way to do a thing. Like for me, if a problem is presented in front of me, I always think like, okay, I'll be able to figure this out. Even though I'm not an expert at that, we can figure out this problem. And I started doing that to a point where I only relied on myself. I was like, okay, I love God, love you. You're part of my life, but I got to figure this out. So you chill over there or something, as silly as it sounds, I never let God control my life. And with that, that was, again, a revelation. And I've kind of cleaned it up a little. And it's not just like looking at God and be like, all right, God, live my life. And then not actually doing anything, just sitting on this couch until God tells me I need to do something. No, it's an active participation with God having responsibility and leadership for your life. And what that did for me was got me to a point where I was like, good or bad, God is responsible and he has leadership of my life. So whatever happens, I'm going to take it as it comes, but I know that God is in control of that. And it sounds like somebody might be listening and be like, duh, yeah, that's what it means. I just had never done that, I guess, or I had grown out of it or something. So again, it was a revelation to me. And at that time, that was, Tom and I had been doing a Bible study for years and struggling through this for months and months. And another guy that was attending with us, we'd have people come and go as, work would let them come for a few weeks or a few months, and then they'd have to go do something for work or something. And Dan was a guy that he was like, dude, I've watched a couple months of y'all like struggling through stuff and actually being honest with each other and getting all this stuff out. Y'all should record that. And we're like, yeah, it would be fun if we did. Anyway, and he stopped us. He was like, no, I don't know if this is the Holy Spirit or what, but I am serious. I want y'all to start recording this.
Where was this Bible study at?
Yeah, it was our Bible study.
No, where were you holding it? Sorry.
Oh, at Tom's house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
because you guys had met when you were both cadre.
Yeah. I guess I didn't even get into that side.
Oh, you're good.
Tom and I were in the same battalion way back when we first got to group. When I first got to group, eventually he got to group a little bit later. We were in the same battalion. We knew each other's faces, what's up in the hall kind of thing. When we got out to selection as cadre, we again knew of each other. We worked together, started to get to know each other a little better. And then we both went to mobility as instructors at ASC, Advanced Skills Company, at third group. So the last 4 years of my career and the last 3 years of his, because he retired a year earlier than me, we were like in the same office every single day doing all this stuff. And he had just started, when we got to mobility, he just started kind of his path down he had known God and he had been a Christian, but he had also turned away from that for a long time. And he had to kind of change who he was. And he has done amazing. And man, it's a blessing to see his life change and who he is now after knowing him for so many years and seeing how he was before. It's been great. But yeah, so we started Bible study where we both were in a Bible study together before with a bunch of other people. And we both felt like, man, we need one just us. And we need to go through the Bible a book at a time. At first is what we thought. And then we were like, let's do a chapter at a time. And because it was too much. We were like, man, we need to get every word and see what it is that God's trying to tell us from every word in this Bible. And if we have a week to go over a chapter, that's enough for us to like actually sit in that chapter, read it over and over again, see what the Holy Spirit is showing us, see what God's showing us, how it affects our week, and then talking about it so we can share with each other. And then whenever I don't understand, what this story that I've heard a million times that I'd be embarrassed to tell people that I didn't know what it meant, maybe you do. And so that's how our Bible study was. Like, he'd be like, dude, I don't know what this means. And I would look it up on a concordance or a commentary or something. I'd be like, maybe it's this. He's like, let's figure it out. And so it was great. And we went through a couple of books, several books like that. And we were on 2 Corinthians whenever Dan mentioned that. He was like, dude, y'all need to record this. And so we did. We were like, okay, this is Holy Spirit saying something. And really at that point, Googling like podcast 101, like how to, it was a little different than that, but just starting from scratch. And it's been, I know people get stuff out of it, but for me and for Tom, it has been amazing to do. And I just can't say enough about it. Just getting into the Bible like that, and then also knowing you have to teach it, which we're not teachers, but knowing you have to explain it and people might listen, I guess. I haven't gotten deeper in, like John is what we're going over right now. I haven't gotten deeper in John because I'm like, if I'm going to try to explain this to somebody, I need to understand at least what I'm trying to explain first, right? And so it's been amazing. And we've just seen so much growth out of each other, but also people just telling us like that the fact that y'all are talking about and struggling through something that I've struggled through, or like, yeah, that makes sense. And having that, I don't want to say normal people, but like the people who maybe don't understand things that a church person should understand, and being open and honest about it, us, and then somebody else being like, yeah, that's exactly what I struggle with, whenever I look at that, but I've never said that to anybody because I thought I was the only one. And that's been amazing. It's been great.
What you guys do, didn't mean to interrupt you, man.
No, please do.
What you guys do, I don't know, you probably realize it, but in case you don't, what you're doing is cutting, you've mentioned imposter syndrome a few times.
Yeah.
You're cutting through that because you are exactly what you're saying. You're showing people, hey, like, we're digging into this stuff and we don't quite understand this. I've heard you say a few times on your episodes, like, you know what? I never thought about that. I'm going to dig into that. You know what I mean? And you're cutting through that veil of worldly understanding that people are like, I need to know before I even open my mouth. I need to understand everything. And you're just showing, like, you're just walking through it, man. It's I love it.
Thank you. And I think that's maybe one reason why it's so awesome for me, because it is cutting it through something I've done my entire life. Like through these hours of talking about stuff from second grade till, Army, Green Beret, everything. I've always done it that way, where I've felt like I'm an imposter because I've said, unless I know everything about it, I'm going to act like I know everything about it. And yeah, you're right. We've kind of stopped that. We were like, we don't know everything, and are honest with ourselves enough that people realize, like, I don't know, that we don't have it all figured out, and it's refreshing, probably for people.
It is.
Yeah, that's awesome.
As one of the people, I'm telling you, it is. It is refreshing. That's why
Awesome.
I'm always bugging you guys about just like, it's sincere. When I say I love it, it's sincere, man. It's
Awesome.
You're reaching people in the right way.
That's awesome, man. That's great.
But I'm curious where the name came from. You talked about it a little bit, but
Mhm.
it sounded like maybe I misread, but it sounded like maybe there was a moment or something that kind of brought you to the name. Is that right, or did it just kind of come up?
So it was something that we were starting John. We didn't have a name yet, and we had a few that we were starting to like. We want to use the word unconventional, or no. What it was is we wanted to implement the fact that we're Green Berets, and I will say this, and this may be like a peek behind the curtain or whatever else. We have said that a few times. Hey, we're former Green Berets. And I feel like it's bragging or it's saying something like, oh, you think you're better than us kind of thing. But it's to get people in the door. And we're saying like, hey, we've got half a second to catch your attention and for y'all to listen to what we're saying. So we're Green Berets. Give us that half a second. Now come with us down this journey. And that's all it is. And so that's kind of where it started. Is like we need to incorporate being a Green Beret or something like that into the name so people will actually like listen and then hear what we're saying, hear what's going on, and then stay for the God of it, the Jesus of it. But yeah, in John, from the very beginning of the book, the way he's describing Jesus and the way Jesus's ministry starts and it's unconventional to the way religion was at that point. And that's what gave the Sanhedrin, the Pharisees, and the Sadducees so much trouble. It's unconventional when you really look at it from a different lens than just going on Sunday, hearing the story, saying, it probably means this, or what. If you look deeper into some of the things that Jesus is trying to teach in every book, but in John, you're like, wait, he's actually meaning this. And that part was unconventional. And then the fact that unconventional warfare is kind of one of the tenets of special forces. We were like, all right, unconventional. And then while we had like unconventional grace, unconventional something. And then the unconventional faith came whenever we were talking about the way the giving up control was. Giving up control of your life takes a faith that like is not normal. And it's not the way you would think. It's not, let's do everything right. Let's check all the blocks. And then at that point, we're going to be set up so that Jesus will be like, all right, good job. Here's the way you should do it.
You're a go at this station.
You're a go at this station. Perfect. Yeah. No, you just got to, like I said, give up control and our leadership responsibility, however you want to say it, that makes sense to you, and just have faith. And that was another thing, kind of revelation that I've had recently is I was trying so hard in my life from the time that I was having some issues and stuff like that to recently. I was trying to have faith. I was like, how do I have faith? I got to try harder. I got to pray harder. I got to understand the Bible better. And maybe then I'll have faith. Because I always thought like, I just don't know. I don't know if I have faith. What is faith, you know? And what I figured out was faith isn't something you try for. It's not some magical secret thing you unlock and one day you just feel it and you're like, oh, faith. It's something where you don't know. You don't know how deep this thing you're about to jump into is. But you do it anyway because you believe that Jesus is the Lord and Savior. God is real, all those things. And that's where you start. And then eventually, for me, with that change of outlook, I started seeing more and more of God, and he became more and more faith building, if that makes sense.
It does, yeah. There's a pretty solid example of what faith does, just even in your story. Well, I don't mean even in your story, but with Heather,
Mm-hmm.
when she was pregnant the second time, the difference in her attitude was that she had really started to dig in. Sounds like she'd really started to dig into her faith.
Yes.
And she was just confident, comfortable. Everything's going to be okay. Yeah. What a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
But it's not a tangible thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's on the inside, but
she's an awesome example of that. And it's so funny that she was so close to me the whole time, having this faith that she could have explained that to me, 15 years ago about, wait, you don't try to have faith. Faith is a thing that you have, and explain it better than I can even explain it now, because that's who she is. She, like you said, an illogical optimism about something, because she said, no, Jesus is going to get us through this. And I can feel it. I know it. I have faith in it. And it was something so foreign to me. And anyway, if I would have just been a little more honest with myself and realized that's what I was trying to dig at, was the fact that I don't know really what having faith is. And see, even saying that, it sounds weird to me. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying I don't believe that Jesus is the Lord and Savior of my life, but the faith of believing things are going to happen the way they're supposed to, I guess. That faith, it's unconventional. It's hard for you to grasp unless you're, in a place to understand it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Something else, this is kind of a side, this might be a little high and right, but I've been thinking about it since the beginning, because we're talking about kind of Heather and your relationship and how
Mm-hmm.
that's really, it sounds like, when she started seeing that therapist who was a Christian,
mm-hmm.
she started digging into her faith, and that's like, she held on to that, and eventually, you guys kind of came together on that, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking about it way back at the beginning of your story, when you guys first kind of started hanging out and everything, and you're like, I got to stop living like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're like, one more party. It's not going to, it's like, it reminded me of putting your hands to the plow and just don't look back, but you look back for a second.
Yeah.
You know
that's
what I mean?
True. Yeah. 100%. Yeah.
And it just kind of outside looking in, it just kind of seems like that has been one of her roles in your life. Just like, I don't know if that makes sense what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not doing a good job of kind of articulating it, but
no, you're doing great, and it totally makes sense. For sure, she has been, if anything, the beacon of the light of Jesus in my life. And there's been something, the godly love that she's shown me throughout our relationship and throughout the time that I was struggling, drowning and stuff. It was always there. It was like a beacon, a constant. And that has gotten us through more times than I care to admit. That, yeah, her unwavering faith and unwavering love for Jesus, for God, and for me just kept our boat sailing straight while I was, busy trying to throw myself overboard.
What's that kind of like? It's a weird question, but what's that kind of like thinking about? Because if you step back, you can see, at least for me, it seems pretty clear, like God stepped in way back in college before any of the stuff that really you wrestled with and carried around ever happened.
Yeah.
He stepped in way before that.
Mm-hmm.
Like does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the comfort, the escape from that, the relief from all that was put in place before it ever happened. Is that what's that like to kind of think about? Like,
I've thought about that recently.
Really?
And exactly that. And I've thought it's hard not to go down a rabbit trail of, if I wouldn't have got in my own way, ... And because, yeah, it has been there the whole time. And I feel like if I would have surrendered to what he was putting in front of me, the amount of self-inflicted whatever that I've done, it would have saved me from a lot of that. You can go so far down that line of thinking, and I have to stop myself and say, A, he's sovereign and perfect and knew exactly what was going to happen. B, I had to go through all the stuff that I had to go through. And thankfully he gave me, like you said, the Heather there, honestly, to keep me where I was supposed to be. But I had to go through all that for one reason or another. And I think it is to help others through similar situations, and just the experience that we have and I have through that. It puts me in a place to be, at least in my opinion, a little more publicly open and honest than some people can be. And I don't know, that almost sounds like I'm bragging about it,
No,
but
it doesn't. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
like, I think I've been through a ringer enough that I'm like, dude, there's nothing, like, I'll tell you the truth. I was a dirt bag, always been a dirt bag. Jesus saved me, and I'm still a dirt bag, but he is the reason that things are great. He is the reason I'm joyful. He is the reason I'm optimistic. And I'll tell you how specifically I was a dirt bag throughout my whole life, you know? And, yeah.
Man, I've kept you here for a long time.
No, it's been awesome. It's been my pleasure.
Is there anything? Well, I kind of have a question. It's kind of again kind of high and right, but
Yeah.
Is there anything that we're kind of missing that I know you got a lot of knowledge in terms of like the cleaner living thing. Is there anything that we're missing there that you want to dig into? Or
Man, I would say that please don't feel like you have to go through all of this that I've been talking about in order to clean up your life, if that makes sense. Like, and don't feel like you're so far away from what clean or holistic even sounds like to you that making one change today would be out of the realm of possibility. You're like, I don't even, one thing changed is not going to make a difference in my life because, you know, I'm so far over here. Don't think that. And don't dismiss how much getting physically a little bit healthier will make, how much a difference that will make on your mental health, on even your spiritual health. And my opinion, like, it will help you be able to take care of the rest of your complete body and who you are. Yeah. But yeah, I do. I feel like that's a whole nother thing.
Sure. Little bit. It's a good point. It's kind of like the old, they say with, you know, loading up your ruck and stuff, ounces make pounds.
Yeah, 100%. Yep. That's a great analogy. Sure.
Like I said, this one's kind of high and right. But you were talking about different like alternative medicines and stuff earlier. I'm just kind of curious, as a Christian, but also as a certified herbalist and all these things, like, where do you land on things like CBD and things like that?
Yeah. So, awesome. The line I think that I draw, and this isn't just because or like just my thinking, is if it is mind altering to a point where you're not in control of your mind, that is something to really start looking to the Holy Spirit and looking to the Bible to see if that's what you're being called to do. CBD, I think, is excellent. I think there's a lot of stuff out there that's vilified and, you know, oh, that's terrible because, you know, it can do this or that. CBD is great because your body has an endocannabinoid system. Your God wouldn't have made it like that if it didn't, you know, want some plant or medicine or something to interact with that system. And if you look, yeah, there's plants and vegetables and different things that have endocannabinoids in them, besides hemp or marijuana or whatever you want to say. But that is the best place to get that synergistic, full spectrum source of all those different cannabinoids or cannabinoids, whatever you want to call it. THC is one that is starting to get onto that spectrum of, is it messing with your mental state? Is it messing with you to a point of that you're not really in control of your facilities as much as you should be? And I don't say this in a legalistic way, like, oh, Proverbs says not to get drunk, or this says don't. What I'm thinking of is, I feel like you could be influenced by the principalities we talked about before, whenever you are in possibly an altered state. And it would be so much easier if I am drunk or have been drunk for the last however many years for something to control me, that isn't making the bad good, is making the good bad, or whatever it might be. And so same thing with mind-altering things, because, man, I hear about all the great stuff in terms of PTSD, in terms of grief, depression, that ayahuasca, that ibogaine, that all these things do, which by all means, if you feel like you have really put thought, prayer, fasting, and the Holy Spirit is still saying you should do this, even then tread lightly, because it's opening yourself up to something that might not be of God. Long-winded way to say, I think CBD is a gift from God. The things it does, whenever you look at it without any thought beforehand of what it is, or what, marijuana or reefer madness or whatever it might be, it does so much stuff all at one place. Inflammation, the anxiety relief, I can't think of them all, but there's like 10 different things that CBD, CBG, all the different CBN, all the different endocannabinoids in hemp or marijuana do for you, that beyond just like, yo, dude, I'm high and it's awesome.
Does it do anything for cortisol?
I'm thinking, I don't know offhand. I think one of them do, though. Okay. I think either CBN or CBG help your body to decrease cortisol.
That's huge.
I'd have to get back to you, but
that in and of itself, that's the silent poison, man.
Yeah, 100%. If there was something besides, I will preach all day long about exercise first thing in the morning and getting protein first thing in the morning after your exercise, followed by some sort of dopamine releasing activity, singing, dancing, getting outside in the sun. I've got it's called a Shock T mat. I think Shock T is the brand name, but it's an acupressure mat that I lay on. It hurts really bad at first, but once you're on it, I mean, in 5 minutes, you can feel like the calm kind of come over you. And all it is, it's like eating a hot pepper. The capsaicin, at first, it's burning and everything like that, but your body releases dopamine immediately to kind of combat that. And that's what's happening. The acupressure is just pain that your body's like, oh, I'm in pain, I got to release, or dopamine. And so that combination of cortisol spike, you got to stop that at one point. You got to get protein to help you feel satiated, and your hormones to stop saying, I'm hungry, I got to keep on running for something. And then some sort of dopamine. That is the best thing I found over the years for cortisol. And the secondary stuff, like there's a few different supplements, but CBD is a great one for just taking away anxiety. Yeah, for sure.
What about, I don't mean to go too far into this because we're wrapping up, but what about like grounding? Like pads or sheets or things like that? If you don't, for some reason, like we got plenty of grass here, but Some folks live at the beach or in the city, or you know what I mean.
Yeah. The grounding thing is real. I 100% believe in it. I think there's, like everything, there are people making money and don't really grasp the whole concept, and just putting a rubber mat with some wire in it and then being able to connect that to your wall doesn't 100% of the time mean it's grounding, which if you know, you know. If you don't, there's things out there that's their main thing. It's a piece of rubber. There's wire going through it. You plug it into your wall and they say that's grounding because your house is grounded. Put your feet on that mat and you'll feel better, which some of them work, but they have the science stuff behind it. There's others that you can buy on Amazon that are just pieces of rubber, and you're spending $80 on that. But going back, I think grounding sheets, grounding mats, grounding shoes, like the sandals you can get with a little piece of copper on them. They're all really good supplemental things, but the best thing would be just getting outside with your shoes off. Man, I've been it's not the only thing, but I was in the middle of anxiety attack several months ago or a few months ago. And I, at Heather's, insistence, took my shoes off, got out in the sun, in the grass, and I could feel it just go away to a point where I was almost in tears. And it wasn't anything else I had done, because I hadn't taken anything. I hadn't, changed anything. I had just done that. And I literally felt it kind of melt out of me. So I'm 100% behind the grounding. It's just you got to really look into different brands and stuff whenever they have products for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, brother. So I guess we can go ahead and wrap up. I got one last question for you, but
yeah.
Before we get to that, we got you something.
Oh, wow.
Nothing big.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Absolutely.
That's awesome, dude.
Absolutely.
Oh, look, 007.
Yeah, man. So it's funny that when we got those made, we were all kind of talking about, man, I wonder who's going to get 007.
Yeah.
That's going to be a cool one. And I got to tell you, man, I'm glad it was you.
Oh, thank you so much, man. This has been great. And like you said, I would love to come do it again. And just, I want to thank you for, like you talked about, letting me kind of work through and stumble through what I'm trying to say. But also some of the observations you had are, I know, Holy Spirit led, because there are things that I've never thought about in my whole journey and my whole everything. So I really appreciate it.
Oh, man.
And this has been awesome.
It's been a pleasure for me, man.
Yeah. Awesome.
So last question, I'm just kind of circling all the way back to the beginning. We started off talking about being honest and how much power there really is, how important it is.
Yeah.
Not just for you, but for everyone. Just really being honest, really about everything, but certainly about your story and what you've learned and how it affected you and things like that. But just kind of in general, this is kind of a woo-woo question, but
sure, yeah.
Just go with me on this journey.
Will do.
If you knew that this were the last, for whatever reason, the last like honest conversation you were ever going to have, what needs to be said?
Man, that is a good one. Wow. I would say, don't let anything get in the way of Jesus being the center of your life. And I don't want to use a Latin quote, but the momentum mori, or the memento mori, that one always, maybe not for the right reason, but that always keeps me in check, saying no matter what, how well podcast is doing, no matter how cool you think you are for your headgear, no matter, how much knowledge you think you've passed on to other people, you're not that cool. And so always humble yourself and look to God, no matter what your situation is that you're in. And then finally, I know this is 3 different things. The leadership and responsibility of your life is not up to you. And as soon as you let that go, there is a freedom in it that will go beyond your understanding. Those are the things I would pass on to people. Is that kind of what you were talking about?
That is, man.
Okay.
That's good. And a lot of that resonates pretty deeply with me. So
yeah, I didn't know if you were talking that way or if you're like, all right, what's the final thing that you've lied about your entire life? And you want to tell your deepest, darkest secret. And I was like, man, I don't know if I want to go there.
I think you've been pretty open. So
yeah, for sure. I've got a question for you.
All right.
So
this is the first, man. How about that?
Yeah. And you're going to be blown away by it. I, being 6 months retired,
mm-hmm.
I just started the journey of my beard.
Oh, nice.
Your beard is always so well tailored
thanks,
and
man.
so like brush straight and everything. You got to share a couple of secrets. So do you go to a barber to get it done? And then tell me your process.
So I don't. First of all, thank you, because I am half Thai. So
nice.
I should not have this.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm kind of a unicorn, I guess. And I'm grateful for that because I hate my face. So I don't go to a barber.
Mm-hmm.
It's a real simple process. It only takes me a couple minutes to do. And I think from what I've learned, it is relevant. That's why I'm bringing it up, being half Asian.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, a lot of folks, like, I think Tom's probably this way. They just got this beautiful, dense beard. And like, they don't have to do anything. It looks like not the case for me. So, what I've learned is less is more.
Okay.
And as far as it really comes down to, honestly, I'll call it product that she makes, and you would love it. Actually, nice. I can get you some. You would love it because it doesn't have any weird stuff in it.
Yeah.
But it really comes down to that the stuff that she makes. There's two different ones. I call it do right.
Nice. Yeah.
Because it makes your beard do right.
I like it.
But it's how and when you put it on, and then basically less is more. And I'm happy to run you through that when I don't want to, I don't want to give away the secret.
Of course. Yeah. So I wasn't expecting the full, behind the scenes, but at least a couple of secrets, that you can share with me. And I'm sure somebody's listening that has the same issue. Yeah. I appreciate it.
I definitely, like I said, I trim it myself. It's less is more, and then putting in the right product without overdoing it. And just not, just in general, keeping all the crap, which I'm sure it resonates with you, keeping all the crap away from your face. You got all the lymph nodes and stuff like that in your face. And that, the point of that is that also affects how the health of your beard and all that stuff. Yeah. So
that's good, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Mine's just for the past 6 months or something. It's just growing.
It's doing
like
good,
I trimmed the sides a little bit when they got out of control, but since then I'm like, I don't know if I can keep this up. I don't know what to do.
Oh, it does.
So I was going to ask you. So
I'll hook you up with some stuff, man, for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on.